So, kia ora koutou. Welcome to day 5 of the hearing of Plan Change 9 to the Hamilton District Plan. I'm standing in today due to Chairman's illness, and in light of that illness and 3 others which are accounting for non-appearance of submitters, we thought it appropriate to have a brief karakia. Thank you.
Well, morena koutou katoa, kia karakia tātou. Te taua mai runga, te taua mai raro, te taua mai roto, te taua mai waho. Kia tau ai te mauritu, te mauri ora ki te katoa. Aunge hui e, tā ki e. Just to explain that karakia, it's calling forth from above, below, within and without, from the environment, vitality and well-being for all, so that we're all strengthened together in unity.
Thank you. Any admin type things for people to hear or for us to attend to? In that case, over to you, Mr. Muldowney.
Thank you, sir. So we're back on to historic heritage areas, and I'll just pick it up from my opening legal submissions from page 32 at paragraph 86. And what I've done here is really just try and capture a bit of a reminder of where we've been and what brings us back to this place today in terms of this topic, which obviously had its origins back in hearing 1. So this topic stands adjourned from hearing 1 and is set to be reconvened and concluded now. And it was adjourned on the basis that the panel will be assisted by further evidence on a range of issues that emerged in the first hearing. And I've set out at paragraph 87 panel direction 8 of 14 June, which set out your concerns around certain issues that you wanted to be addressed more fully. The first of which was the relationship of Mr. Knott's assessment criteria with that of WRPS Appendix 7 or APP 7. The second was the issues really focused around the moderate threshold that had been adopted by Mr. Knott for inclusion, for an item to be included or a place to be included as a Section 6F HHA. The size and scale of some of the proposed HHAs were an issue for you. And also you were interested in addressing the unevenness of the time bands of the 3 development periods that were adopted by Mr. Knott. So in response to that direction, NLC filed supplementary evidence from Mr. Knott dated the 11th of July, which set out a detailed illustration of how his evaluation accommodates and addresses the APP7 criteria. Notwithstanding this, at paragraph 22, he acknowledges that the best way to clear away any residual concerns is simply to run each of his proposed HHAs through a direct application of the APP7 criteria and compare the results against his original evaluation. And at attachment 1 of his supplementary evidence, he sets out his proposed methodology for applying the APP7 criteria. And then contemporaneously, on the 11th of July, the City filed a memorandum seeking a direction for expert conferencing on a defined task, being to achieve consensus amongst the heritage experts on an agreed methodology for the evaluation of the proposed HHAs against the APP7 criteria. And that was really an attempt to address the potential risk of Mr. Knott going off and applying the APP7 criteria and then having experts come back with methodological concerns or criticisms. So the idea was, let's see if we can get agreement on how to apply APP7 so that the only thing that's really left for you to compare and contrast between the experts would be their expert judgments and evaluations, as opposed to skirmishes about methodology. At paragraph 90, I've set out what had been sought, which was basically an agreed joint witness statement setting out an agreed methodology to apply that criteria to HHAs. And then following that joint witness statement, Mr. Knott would then prepare and lodge supplementary statements setting out his APP 7 assessment, which would either apply the agreed methodology or, if no agreement, his final recommended methodology. Now, in terms of the joint witness statement, it really happily confirmed that there's no real issue, again, with the criteria and the approach to the evaluation. But once again, it really just brought into focus that it's this question of threshold that is the critical issue that the parties or the experts have disagreement on. And at paragraph 3.2 of the joint witness statement, was pointed out that Mr. Brown and then Dr. McEwen do not consider that an area demonstrating moderate value according to the evaluation indicators would merit scheduling, whereas Mr. Knott and Ms. Farr and Ms. Callaway will consider that moderate could be appropriate as a threshold. So we're left with this dispute, remaining dispute amongst the experts as to whether or not moderate is an appropriate threshold descriptor. So at 92, I pick up this point. So as I say, the criteria is not really in dispute, but there are these substantial differences in terms of threshold. And Mr. Knott, at paragraph 94, I think we can move to, Mr. Knott addresses this point directly in his supplementary evidence of the 22nd of September, where he really squares up to the point at paragraph 20, and he says that the scale of evaluation indicators that were agreed at the expert conferencing, and he sets that out, and that's that scale from outstanding down to high, down to moderate, to low, to none, to unknown, which all of the experts seem to be comfortable with as a sort of a broad scale of evaluation indicators as they prove them. But then there's this question on where on the scale of evaluation indicators do the identified qualities begin to, and then he's borrowed that statutory language, contribute to an understanding and appreciation of New Zealand's history and culture. And he says it's clear that if the natural and physical resource or the area exhibit a none value in respect of the APP 7 criterion, then the area does not contribute to an understanding and appreciation of New Zealand's history and culture. However, we're an area to exhibit low value in respect of one or more of the criterion. It may still contribute to an understanding or appreciation of New Zealand's history and culture. Whether it does or not will require a judgment to be made. The fact that the presence or characteristic of the criteria may have only been recognised as low may mean that the contribution is equally low, or even in some cases so weak as to make no contribution. He then goes on to say that I consider that an area exhibiting moderate value in respect of one or more of the criterion would be more likely to make a clearer and direct contribution to the understanding and appreciation of New Zealand's history and culture, insomuch as for a criterion to be evaluated as moderate, there would need to be clear evidence of the significance of the area and its role in Hamilton's history, and it would therefore have significant heritage value. In this regard, I remain of the view that a moderate threshold is a useful standard to set in terms of being satisfied that the criteria makes the necessary contribution to an understanding and appreciation of New Zealand's history and culture. He says, I recognise that this approach appears to move some way off the usual expectation that an area must be of high or outstanding value, or some other similar descriptor. I consider that it is more clearly reflective of the RMA approach approach that the other approaches do.
Do we have any case law guidance on this point?
No, we don't. No, it's. I mean, this has been one of the challenging hallmarks of this case. Is that this issue has not played out fully in terms of any real useful judicial pronouncements. And I've searched. There are heritage cases. But they don't tend to square up to this question. So yes, it's not. We're not helped, I don't think, particularly by any judicial pronouncements. I would say that I feel, on reflection from last week's discussions that we were having, that we were moving closer towards what I think is a very sound and robust approach, which is, I've tested this with Mr. Knott, and you can ask him questions of this. This idea that ultimately the determination of whether something meets the statutory definition of making that contribution is not simply answered by some kind of matrix, some rigid matrix where you put the inputs in and it spits out a result and says, therefore, it's historic heritage and it's making the contribution. There has to be that ultimate step back and sense check to ask the question, is it making that necessary contribution? And in my submission, the matrix or what are described as evaluation indicators, they will all give you a really useful framework to attack the problem and approach the question, but ultimately, whatever that matrix spits out, I think only is, that's the start. Well, it's not the starting point. It's more advanced than the starting point, but it's not the ultimate answer. There has to be. What did you describe it? Al described it as the truth sensing. That final stage of truth sensing. One of the questions that you asked for the experts to consider in terms of the guidance was whether provision should be made at the end of the assessment process for truth sensing. And I think it's forcing that point. I think ultimately.
And you see that coming into the part where we're looking at the contribution which that would make to the.
Yes. And I think it comes back to this point about, if there is a degree of discomfort around moderate being, a value being identified as moderate, and therefore, if it's moderate, it's there, and if it's there, it's contributing. This allows you to just go, well, just pause for a second and ask that critical question, rather than an automatic. And I think this is the problem with a threshold. It ultimately just puts you in this: is it a yes or no? And I think there's a truth sensing layer that comes in. So something, for example, it's very useful to have the evaluation indicators. I mean, the evaluation indicator tells you that an item is outstanding. The truth sensing exercise is probably going to be a bit easier. It's probably you're there, and now it's just a question of are you A or B or whatever. But as you move down the evaluation indicators, the truth sensing becomes a little more nuanced, and it may be that there are occasions where something that's low or moderate might not make the contribution. That might be what the truth sensing exercise tells you. And I think that Mr. Knott's evidence is that he's actually would say there is a truth sensing exercise that he has undertaken, and he's confident that his HHAs, even at that moderate level, get past that point. But that's a judgment ultimately that you have to test that evidence and weigh it. But I do think that we're starting to form up, it feels to me, something that is practical and workable, and it definitely has a layer to sort of step back and make some judgments layer to it at the end, rather than a rigid matrix which spits out an answer like a multi-criteria analysis says that's the winner, therefore it must be. So those are matters I think it could be helpful to explore with Mr. Knott. And at 26 on this sort of theme, he says in his evidence, ultimately I do not consider that the evaluation indicators can simply replace the statutory requirement that equality must be demonstrated to contribute to an understanding and appreciation of New Zealand's history and cultures. That's a factual question which must be determined on a case-by-case basis, regardless of where an area sits on the scale of evaluation indicators. My view is that those areas which are recorded as moderate or above are likely to meet the statutory criteria, but I've not assumed this. I have reviewed all of my recommended HHAs in light of the statutory test and confirmed that each of them, including those registering moderate on the scale of evaluation indicators, meet the statutory definition of historic heritage and therefore warrant protection from inappropriate subdivision, use and development. So in my submission, the observations that Mr. Knott makes at paragraph 24 and on are important because they demonstrate the conflation which is occurring amongst some experts between the description of a particular quality and the overall assessment of significance. Mr. Knott makes the point that equality can be present and be described as moderate, but that does not mean that the area itself is determined to be moderate. In fact, on a case-by-case basis, the presence of a moderate quality may still mean that an area makes a contribution to an understanding and appreciation of New Zealand's history and cultures. And once the statutory threshold is met, the area has historic heritage and warrants recognition and protection. I might just say at this point, I think one of the important features of HHAs, which is currently a distinction between it and built heritage, is that last week we explored this idea that once you are deemed to be historic heritage, there's still that section 32 ends to put it through to say, well, what's the appropriate treatment? How should the district plan respond to this historic heritage in terms of discharging its section 6F obligations? And it may be that it's horses for courses. There could be different treatments within the district plan depending upon the nature of the heritage item. We've seen, for example, in built heritage, that they respond to that nuance with A and B ranking. In the case of ARC sites, they go even further, where they actually have three, where they have a third category, which is for information purposes only, but it's in there and it's recognised. Now, there's no such distinction currently with HHAs. Once we are recognised as historic heritage, it's in the list of HHAs. And that, I think, becomes a section 32 question for you as to, well, okay, so, if, for example, we accept that moderate gets it over the line and it's historic heritage, should it all just be treated the same? Is there a necessity to actually break it down a little further and maybe treat it a little different in the plan? And that again, I think, is a matter that is worth exploring with Mr. Knott. I've raised that question with him. There are efficiency and effectiveness considerations in dropping items down into a band. The obvious one is that if you think about a lower tier band with less controls on it, you've got to think about how that serves section 6F and serves the historic heritage item, because if by dropping it into that band B, you lower the controls and allow for the heritage values to be eroded, you're eventually going to get to a point where it almost slips out of heritage and moves off the plan. So there are efficiency and effectiveness issues around banding something and having less controls over it. And I'm not sure that, I don't stand here with an answer for you on that point, but I think it feels like a pretty important element of the section 32 analysis. What does this do to the item if I somehow give it less protection?
So just so I'm clear, so the item is assessed under section 6F, one by the qualities and then two by the contribution. And then what you're talking about with the section 32, does that just come in at the point we're considering what is inappropriate, or does it come in earlier?
I think the sequence that I'm advocating is, firstly, you have to identify whether an item or place is historic heritage. We've talked about how you go about that. Once it's historic heritage, I think there is a question to be addressed, which is how do I protect it from inappropriate subdivision, use and development, and discharge my obligations as a plan maker under Section 6F. And the question of how you protect it from inappropriate, and indeed what is inappropriate, those are all judgments that I think get made at that Section 32 stage. So I think that really covers the ground in terms of where I'd like to take you under the assessment methodology. The only point I make at 96, which is a point made earlier last week, is that there is obviously a clear overlap between the HHA issue and the assessment and criteria threshold issues, which are the subject of the decision on the built heritage topic, and that the city seeks obviously to achieve good alignment between the built heritage topic and the HHA topic in relation to assessment criteria, methodology, and threshold issues. So in practical terms, there's a couple of points to make about that. In terms of the district plan and the way that it currently works, if you have a look at the direction that you issued last week with the assessment methodology excerpt on it, there's two parts to it. There's section 8-1.1, which is the Plan A and Plan B ranking section. Now that relates only currently to built heritage items. It doesn't relate to HHAs, and so it's just relates to that. It certainly doesn't relate to ARC sites either. And then the section underneath that is the heritage assessment criteria, which is I think 8-1.2, and that's the work that this category has done. And that is obviously the current drafting and assessment criteria, which would have application both to HHAs and to built heritage. So my submission to you is I think it's that section in particular that we really need to see workable in both an HHA and a built heritage perspective to avoid duplication and any conflicts. I think that's the area that if there is to be a rewriting or a revision of that heritage assessment criteria, it needs to be workable both for HHAs and for built heritage. And just while I'm just on that topic and on my feet, there's a couple of points I'll make about that. First is I do want to reinforce the submission I made last week that I know it's a question for the experts, but it's also a legal question. And my submission remains that I have a strong preference to see if there is to be any further information or guidance in terms of evaluation methodology, thresholds, etc. My preference would be to see them in the plan rather than having them as extraneous documents which are having been through a first schedule process and are subject to change, and in fact, probably even more importantly, are subject to criticism at the coalface. So when we get to a consenting process, one of my legal colleagues will stand up and point to that and say, it's not worth anything. It hasn't been through a first schedule. It's just a guidance note. You've promulgated it internally. It doesn't have the force of the district plan provision, and we're just in more. It's just more uncertainty. I would advocate for embedding it in the document so that it takes away that legal argument around its status. Now, hand in hand with that idea of embedding it in the document and creating the certainty is an acknowledgement that, again, this echoes that submission I made earlier. I'm not advocating for whatever you embed in the document to be a hard and fast, rigid matrix which spits out a result which must produce, either historic heritage or not. I think that it may be that there are factors and there's an approach and there's that truth sensing layer and so on that comes through. So I think that there's better certainty that you can achieve through embedding it in the document, but taking that document to then become a rigid, box ticking exercise which produces a result, I think we'd be looking for certainty and specificity in an area which just ultimately doesn't lend itself to that level of sort of finite definition.
So a couple of things from me. Firstly, I guess just wanting to be clear on what the purpose of embedding the methodology in the plan is. Is it so that further areas in future can be assessed against that methodology, or is it just to explain how we arrived at where we've got to? I'm just not.
It's an important question because I've asked myself the same thing. It's like, well, once you produce the schedule, who cares about how you got there? It's in, and now you just apply the rule framework. And so, my reflection on that point is I think there is a value in showing the assessment methodology. I think it helps plan users understand how something has been identified and how something has made it into the plan. I think it will help in the overall sort of planning exercise and synthesis of the rules in relation to a particular item and any consent application that's made. The other thing that I think it does is it will help. I think it'll help future plan making, and if there is to be updating of the schedule, I think it allows any plan maker to understand, okay, we've found some additional items that we think need to be updated in the plan, and it's time to do so. And I think the ability to reference the assessment criteria and say, well, does it make it under this, the cut under this particular regime, I think are important. So, in answer to the question, is it essential that the assessment criteria actually be there? I don't believe it is, but is it valuable and useful to plan makers and those that are then using the plan? I think it is.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a connection between the criteria and the inventories that are produced for the individual items, because those inventories key off the criteria. And so I guess my understanding would be if you were in a consent process, you could look at that inventory and say, well, that was recognised in that way because of one or more criteria.
Yep.
And that's the importance of it, or the weight to be given to it.
Yes, indeed. And also the assessment criteria for when you in the plan, certainly for the built heritage items, I think we talked about how the list or the inventory lets you know which quality got it over the line. And then when you move to your assessment criteria for any resource consent application, you reference back to the matters that were, the qualities that were inherent within that particular item. So it just feels like as you sort of think about the issue, certainly from a consenting stage, and work your way back, it feels like an important reference point that would be useful in an assessment. So that's why I would say not necessarily essential as a matter of law to have it explained in the document, but I think very valuable.
And then just my other question on that was in terms of, you started out by saying that it was your strong preference that it is embedded in the plan rather than sit in an external guidance document. In your experience and in your knowledge of the approach that the court takes, that's consistent, isn't it, with the approach that the court likes to take? They prefer things to be embedded rather than to sit outside.
Yes, indeed, yes. I mean, that's certainly my personal experience. Particularly with in council, I've had some experiences where the court has been wouldn't necessarily say critical, but sceptical of internally promulgated guidance notes, particularly those that say this is the way to interpret the plan. Those in particular have come in for criticism. And I think it just comes back to this point that if there's a way to avoid that kind of criticism and also avoid the argument that it hasn't been through a first schedule process, so it doesn't have any weight, it feels like it's right in front of us. It feels like a really helpful way to approach it. And as I say, because there's so much inherent uncertainty that we're all exploring in relation to this topic, anything you can do to add certainty, I think will assist plan users. Then just finally a couple of sort of subtopics really that had come out of that original panel direction, looking for a little bit more on firstly the size and scale of HHAs. There had been some questions regarding the size and scale of some of the proposed HHAs. Some are obviously substantial and others only a few lots or a number of lots. Mr. Knott recognises that some councils have identified a minimum size for HHAs and acknowledges that a minimum size could be justified if an HHA was so small that even a minor change within it could result in the area no longer meeting the threshold for inclusion. But he notes that at 35, in considering the matter of the size of the HHAs, it should be remembered that they have each been assessed as meeting the threshold on the basis of identified boundaries. That is, a large HHA is not in some way more significant than a small HHA if they have both been assessed similarly against the evaluation indicators included in the accepted methodology.
Just on that, and this isn't a question for you, but just because I've made a note in your submissions, that I'd be interested to hear from Mr. Knott as to how small is too small, and whether there's a number he could give or whether it's entirely context dependent. So just when it comes to his time to speak, it'd be useful.
Yes, and as at 99, I make that point that he's given thought to that question of whether any of the HHAs currently are so small that even minor change would impact them to the point that they shouldn't be included, and he's comfortable that the answer to that is no. The other point that you had raised was the unevenness of the time bands from Dr. Gu's evidence in terms of his development periods. And again, Mr. Knott has reflected on that, and at paragraph 100 I've just set out those three time bands, and I probably need to read that. It's will be familiar to you by now. I do make the point at paragraph 101 of my submissions that the time bands are approximately between 30 to 60 years. The longest one is obviously the pioneer development period, which is longer than the late Victorian and Edwardian period and the early post-war development period. But we're still talking about time bands that range from between approximately 30 to 60 years. And Mr. Knott gives evidence saying that it would be possible to identify sub-periods with themes within each development period, but considers that those divisions ultimately would be somewhat artificial and not sufficiently distinctive to be justified. And then finally, he has produced in his evidence of 22 September the summary of his recommended HHAs, and that summary has categorised the recommended HHAs as areas found to be of outstanding significance, high significance, and then moderate significance using that threshold. And the overall score is based on taking the highest evaluation indicator for an area. And then he concludes at 41 that my assessments confirm that each of the proposed HHAs have met the threshold for inclusion as a Section 6F HHA. And this includes all of the areas identified as being of overall moderate significance. And so much for each of these areas, there is a clear evidence of the significance of the area and its role in Hamilton's history. And as such, they each make a clear and distinct contribution to the understanding and appreciation of New Zealand's history and culture. And then finally, Mr. Knott has undertaken an assessment of those HHAs proposed by the submitters, being the Fairview Downs, Carrafield and Queen's Avenue proposed HHAs, and gives evidence concluding that none of those reached their status. In particular, he can speak of the work that he'd done, particularly around the stepping back and sense checking of those areas which he has undertaken. So that's the ground covered in terms of HHAs that I wanted to address you on. Just finally, there is also the further supplementary evidence, which is the updated set of all of the area statements, which really picked up on the comments that were, I think, being made by you, Commissioner Sargent, around what you wanted to see in those area statements as a plan user and a planner. And Mr. Knott has responded to that by revising the area statements so that they are more comprehensive and are almost a sort of self-contained reference point, which highlight the critical values. And I think that was one of the messages that we took from the last hearing, was that, all right, there's obviously at one end of the spectrum concern if something there's just not enough detail. And at the other end of the spectrum, there's a real concern that, a dozen pages of the history of an area and a site doesn't necessarily assist a planner in trying to distill the essential elements that need addressing and need protecting. So what Mr. Knott has attempted to do is find the appropriate middle ground, which says enough, in his view, to make sure that the planners have a really strong understanding of the area, the values, the qualities, and what needs to be addressed and protected in any consenting process. So those are all updated and available for you in the evidence.
Thank you. Much more obvious.
Yes. Unless there's any other
I just have one further question at this stage. There's been quite a bit of criticism in some of the evidence about HHAs where perhaps they've only got through on one criteria as being sufficient. And I think they've said, that's not reflected in some of the planning documents. Is it your understanding that the basis for the one being sufficient comes from the definition of historic heritage, and that it refers to any of the following qualities? Is that the one, or is there some guidance in some of the plans as to where the one is sufficient? Where does that come from?
Well, certainly in terms of the legal answer to that, we can leave it to the heritage expert and the planner to not give you evidence. Certainly my legal submission to you is that the way that definition works, it does actually use the word one in the definition, but it uses the word any, and I think that in terms of giving that its practical application, it means that one is sufficient to meet the test of any. So that would be my legal answer. Which I think, if you think about it in a practical sense, must be right, because the idea that one particular quality is, for example, let's imagine it is outstanding in terms of what it contributes, in terms of an appreciation or understanding of New Zealand's history, but it's only one quality. It would seem counterintuitive that you would say, sorry, you need another one to qualify. You've got to couple it with one other quality before you get to become historic heritage. Intuitively, I don't think that is what my submission is, that that's not the way that the statutory definition is intended to work. But the other thing I would just say about that question of when is one enough, and does those sorts of questions, they started to come through obviously in the panel direction. Those are some of the questions in the panel direction for this week for the built heritage. There was that question of does, and it comes out of the Casson evidence, does two moderates make a high? Is there something that happens when you start to have this sort of cumulative series of qualities?
Even the sum of its parts kind of.
So that was a question that you you were interested in, or it's one of the questions that the experts are going to think on. And I think that's the flip side of that same coin, which is to say, is one enough? And if it's just one, is moderate okay for just one, or should moderate be, so those kind of nuanced questions, that feels like the flip side of the coin. And it's certainly coming through in the questions that are set out in your panel direction, so it's understood loud and clear. And I have certainly shared this panel direction with Mr. Knott and asked him last week to think on some of the matters that are being addressed in the panel direction and be ready to explore those with you in questions if you so wish. Bearing in mind he's not participating in the conferencing, but there has to be a moment where these two come together in a practical way. So having Mr. Knott here and drawing him out on some of those issues, I think is a useful exercise.
And just a follow-on question then, from your perspective and from a legal perspective, we can't have a methodology in determining what is or isn't historic heritage, which is different for historic heritage areas to built heritage. Can we, in terms of, does it have one of those qualities, and then does it make a contribution? It's the same test. So if the experts conference for the built heritage comes out and says, well, actually we think you need at least two moderates to become a hire to be able to make that contribution, then are we then also needing to apply that sort of threshold in the historic heritage areas and review from a legal perspective?
I think ideally yes. I think the whole thing starts to wash through. I think that to me is the best outcome for PC9. The heritage elements of PC9 is to achieve consistency. So, in practical terms, if you have conferencing next week, or this week I should say, and it then produces with Mr. Knott's input as well in terms of any questions you may have for him today, if that then produces an outcome for you, my preference would be to say, all right, Mr. Knott, having seen that, what does it do? I mean, your judgments are still the same. Your evaluation of qualities doesn't change. It's just that there's now a slightly different approach. What does it do to your list? And it may be that he gives evidence to say, I've reviewed the list in light of that panel direction or interim decision, whatever it might be, and I think it impacts 3 HHAs, which I think if you run it through this different and new lens, I think this is what it might do to my list. Or it might be, I've done it and I've swept through and I'm comfortable that it will continue to warrant inclusion in the plan. But I think that final filter and that final run through is important, because that's what gives you the consistency. Otherwise, you've got some sort of assessment methodology that's applying to built heritage, you've got something different applying to HHA. I do not think that's a great result for the district plan. So I think establish a methodology, establish a framework with some guidance as to how that would work, and then run it across all heritage items and achieve that consistency. And if it forces Mr. Knott to say, well, yep, it will have an impact on a particular HHA or 1 or 2 or 3 or whatever, then I think that's a robust outcome.
Thank you. So I have one question which sort of perhaps bridges between the two of you. I'm just seeking some clarification on the actual criteria in Appendix 8 that we're now talking about for HHAs. And so, I mean, when just going back to the notified plan had the references to themes and consistency and representativeness, and then you took on board the views of Dr. Gu on the development periods, and so there was a significant editing of Section 8.3
Yes.
on that basis. But now we've been reminded, of course, that 8.1, assessment of historic buildings and structures, the heading of which is a bit problematic still. In fact, I know Ms. Cadigan in her draft has modified that to assessment of built heritage. But we're still bearing in mind that you just said the criteria in 8.1 should be able to be equally used for both. Yes. So I just need some clarification. And then on top of that, of course, we've asked you to look at PAP 7. And as I understand, the rankings in your most recent proof of evidence are really on the basis of PAP 7.
Yes.
So can you help us with all that?
So the way I see it, it sits as 8.3 is in the supplementary section 42A report that you've got. So that is attached there. So 8.3 identifies those development periods. So 8.8-3.1, that talks about the development periods. So the development periods are still firmly within the mix, and those development periods are all referred to within those statements that I've written. They all refer back to the development periods. So I think it's important to still have those in Appendix 8. So they're 8-3.1. And then the process of identification and methodology is still unique to HHAs at this stage in terms of what we've got in that appendix. Because in 8-3.2, we've got stage 1. There's 2 stages. Stage 1 is the work that I did on site in terms of looking at the consistency of areas. So that's on page 26 of the supplementary section 42, updated section 42A report. So stage 1 is that early work I did in terms of going out and considering the consistency of the areas in terms of street and block layout, where I looked at street design, lot size, etc., and the architecture. And then stage 2 is detailed assessment, which includes the research into the history and of the area and the App 7 assessment. So it becomes a 2-stage criteria, stage 1 being the sort of the sifting exercise, as it were, and stage 2 being the detailed assessment, utilising the agreed methodology for using App 7. So that when I say the agreed methodology, that's the results of that expert conferencing that took place in August. So does it, I don't know if that makes sense.
So,
as I said, I have that appendix.
So in your answer, you're in fact saying that what's in 8.1 is not relevant to HHAs anymore.
So I'm just going to scroll up to 8.1 just to make sure.
So 8.1 is about assessment of historic buildings and structures.
Yeah, that's right. I just scrolled up because I don't want to go past it. Sorry, bear with me. 8.1. No, that's historic buildings. I see that as historic buildings and structures rather than HHAs. So it remains that HHAs have their own criteria currently.
Right, so
Or own methodology rather.
I think it's different to what Mr.
Yes.
Well, this is the point I'm making. I want to see consistency.
Yes.
I mean, I think the point there is that there's, at the moment, there is a separate criteria for historic heritage in 8.3, and I think that there may still need to be some distinctions that sit in 8.3, but I would like to see something which represents a consistent approach, particularly when you're thinking about applying what is the APP 7 criteria, the regional policy statement criteria. I think that has to be a universal. I mean, if you start with that and giving effect to the regional policy statement, those assessment criteria must be universal. How you approach it, there may be some differences, and there may be some nuances to areas that 8.3 needs to deal with. But you've got to start with assessment criteria, and you've got to start with assessment criteria that reflect APP 7 and reflect the qualities identified in Section 2 of the RMA. Those have got to be consistent.
And I noticed that in Ms. Cadigan's redrafting, she consistently uses the term place or area.
Yes.
I mean, I think that was deliberate.
Yes, it was.
And it wasn't just, I mean, there can be a possibility of applying the word area to settings and surrounds around a built heritage item. I understand that. But I don't think that was the intention from Ms. Cadigan and doing the redraft.
No.
I got the feeling that although she relabelled the heading assessing the built heritage, I think that the intention was that was still for HHA.
Yes.
So I think there is a bit of.
I think to be fair, there's probably a difference of opinion between the two of us.
Right.
I think from my perspective, I believe that it is appropriate to have a separate criteria for areas.
Yes.
Because I think they are something different to assess than individual items. And I think that's in part because of that front end that I've got, which is trying to look at those issues of consistency and sifting through before you actually then get into the detail of the detailed assessment. But I think it is important, I recognise it's important that when you get down to that part where you're looking at the App 7 part, the two things need to speak to each other really closely. And there perhaps needs to be there may need to be a bit of pushing and pulling on both to make sure they fit closely together and follow and track down along each side and talk to each other. But I think from my perspective, again, I stand by the significance of the early work that I did in terms of, recognising it was a complete city study of areas. You somehow had to sift through, and I think that's also come through in terms of the significance of that to me really came through when I was asked to look again with the App 7 criteria, Queen's Ave, etc. Those three areas that were being promoted by submitters. Had we not had that, let's say, sort of wider look at the area in terms of its consistency and its existing physical condition as an area and how much changes undergone, if I hadn't done that early, I think you would have ended up you'd almost ended up with those three areas being recommended as HHAs. Because the App 7 assessment on its own for an area, I think is a bit crude. And I think you need the two elements to actually get a complete assessment.
Yes. So that initial work that you're talking about is actually in stage 1 and stage 2 that you're
Stage 1, yeah, stage 1 effectively.
So that provides a different, the information that provides is different to what you might otherwise come up with if you just followed the built heritage.
That's right. And I think that's why I think it is appropriate for areas to actually have some further steps. And as I said, you can have those further steps. It could be one complete, you could just have stage 2 if you moulded that into stage 2 somehow, but bearing in mind we were looking at the whole city at the time, it was appropriate to do that first, to sift down to the very most consistent sort of best examples initially, and then you subsequently assess those in detail.
Okay, so thanks for that. I think that probably does need to result in, and it may not sort of get to a landing until we head this week and see where that conferencing goes.
I think it feels like that. We need to get the outputs from that conferencing and then have that presented to you. Perhaps at that point, some reflection of where the panel's thinking is at, which I think can then direct in terms of, okay, what does it mean for 8.3? How much of that stays as something that's very specific to the assessment methodology for HHAs, but then how do we get the alignment that we're looking for in terms of 8.1.2? So there may be that there's some knitting to do here.
Any follow-ups on that?
Yeah, it was just sort of looking at the methodology that Mr. Knott followed, and obviously it refers to site visits and initial assessment, and of course we don't have any of that referenced in 8.1 for built heritage. No. And I'm just thinking, do we need to have, is that a critical part of the methodology that needs to be spelt out in the district plan, and if so, is it applicable to both? Or is it something that is just sort of more procedural and actually the critical stuff is more about how it's assessed, site visits?
Yeah, I mean, again, that's a drafting question, and just in terms of the technique that's deployed here. I think fundamentally, in terms of what I recommend be achieved, is that to the extent that Mr. Knott's 8.3 tailored area type assessment work needs to be reflected and recorded in the plan, that's what 8.3 will do. But in terms of the straightforward, the slightly, it's a different step in the assessment, applying APP7 or its equivalent, or applying the criteria that are set out in section 2. My strong preference would be to find a way to draft that so that it's aligned, so that anyone who goes to an assessment of heritage, whatever the item might be, has a framework. Now that framework then might be supplemented by what's sitting in 8.3 in terms of areas, because there's something unique about that, but at least there's a starting point which is common.
So we pick the common starting point in the 8.1 and then we flow through to the more specific for, if there's additional things for historic heritage areas, they would sit in 8.3.
And then there needs to be some referencing to 8.3, for an area, there's these other matters and criteria and that need to be addressed, and we've got the linkages. So I'm sure we can draft our way through that, but I do feel it's important that we, arrive at an outcome which it must start off with, these are all historic heritage items. They should all have some degree of consistency in terms of how it's approached, bearing in mind there will be differences at a slightly more granular level.
Could I just come in, that whole stage 1 bit for the HHAs and the reference to the site visit and that on-site work, I think is different because there's an we were looking at HHAs citywide, and that was why it was important, I believe, to look at those physical characteristics, sort of general physical characteristics that were considered at that stage, and looking at that consistency, which of course is somewhat different to looking at a building. But notwithstanding that, you would think that someone would always carry out an assessment of a building having undertaken a site visit, but I have come across instances where people have presented assessments to me where they haven't actually been on site. So, whilst it seems obvious, it may be worthwhile thinking about whether things like that should be embedded within the methodology. You would think it was inherent in the methodology, but in fact, I've come across instances where people have made assessments of that.
Right. I think further from Mr. Muldowney.
So I'll hand over to Mr. Knott. What we intended was for Mr. Knott just to give a bit of an update, a précis of where he had undertaken further work and addressed certain tasks after hearing 1, and then it's really, I suspect, more a question and answer type scenario. So I'll hand over to Mr. Knott, and then we can deal with anything that comes up.
Yeah, I'm happy to see how the panel would like me to do, because I do have a summary in my first supplementary statement, which I could go through. If you feel you'd like me to, alternatively, I can just run through some of the issues that we've heard about today.
Sorry, your first supplementary being the
22nd of September, I think.
Yes. Well, that's certainly the one I focused on, although I've had to go back to July and all that as well, just to get context.
Shall I go through the 22nd of September, trying to pick out some of the highlights of that summary?
I think that's right, isn't it? Yes.
And we might pick out some of the issues that you've raised as well then. So obviously, so that's paragraph 6 of my supplementary evidence. So ahead of the expert conferencing, which is obviously held as a result of directions 8 and 10, I prepared a methodology which we took to the expert conferencing and ran through and ended up with the final agreed methodology, and this is for the App 7 only part of the assessment. And so you'll know from the joint witness statement that the areas of disagreement was really they'd issued the threshold as whether moderate was a sufficient threshold for the identification of historic heritage, and I won't run through the quoted paragraph there. But as I say in paragraph 7, the threshold debate to me is somewhat of a distraction and misses a critical point. I think it's really important to step back to what the Act says, and so whether an area is deemed historic heritage is determined by assessing the area in light of the definition of historic heritage in the OMA. And this means that each of the qualities in Act 7 must be assessed in terms of whether they contribute to an understanding and appreciation of New Zealand's history and culture. So I think it's paragraph 8. It is clear that a quality that is deemed outstanding or significant will meet the test, and that a quality that is deemed minimal will not. I consider that where a quality is deemed to be moderate, this is a reasonable threshold, as it is likely that such a rating, as it were, is likely to make a contribution to an understanding and appreciation of New Zealand's history and culture. But whether it does or not does require a case-by-case evaluation. Now moving on to the time bands, paragraph 9, in accordance with panel direction 8, I've reviewed the time bands of each of the 3 development periods and considered the effects of the disparate durations. Whilst I consider that it would be possible to identify sub-periods or themes within each development period, such divisions would be artificial and is not needed to achieve a robust justification for any of the proposed HHAs, or needed for the assessment of each of those against the Act 7 criteria, which has now been carried out. And just to sort of pick up a little bit more that's in the main bulk of the evidence in relation to that, those time periods are very much about urban morphology rather than architectural or potential uses. And if you actually look at the work and the evidence of Dr. Gu in relation to that, it's very clear that there was a very distinct form, sort of character, whatever you want to call it, for each of those development periods, particularly in terms of street pattern. So if we look at the early pioneer development period, which is mainly, where we're sat, and over in Hamilton East, it was those sort of super blocks of 200 metre square sort of grid network. As you then move forward into, more recent development periods, you end up with a much smaller grid pattern, but still sort of very rectilinear. Then moving into post-war, you get, different shaped streets, etc. So when you look on the plan of Hamilton, it's very easy to actually pick out those areas purely from the street pattern and the urban morphology. So from that perspective, I think it makes, the periods do make sense. You'll see from some of the statements that I've prepared in the Act 7 assessment too, that we've got some developments which are in the 1940s, which are sort of at the cusp of a change, as it were, and they exhibit some sort of features of each. But notwithstanding that, I don't think it's necessary to sort of identify that as a distinct period, for instance. It's just they happen to be at the cusp of change, and that's described in the statements. And again, I'm happy with those development periods and don't believe that a change is necessary to break these down further. Moving on to paragraph 11, and this is this whole issue of size of HHA. First, to clarify, some of the smaller HHAs which were originally notified was sifted out as part of the evidence to the early hearing. So, for instance, Anglesey Street was a very small HHA, and that was taken out. There was another one.
Can you remind me what size Anglesey was?
Well, it was about half a dozen from memory. There was another one which was 3 pairs of semi-detached houses and a single house. So that was another one of 7 that disappeared at that stage. So some of the smaller ones were taken out. There were also HHAs that didn't span across the street. So clearly we're also impacted much more about what happened around them than they would otherwise be impacted if you have 2 things facing each other, both of which have controls over them, as it were. Yeah. And that's the issue that I brought out, I think, in terms of the evidence, in terms of the Oxford Street, East Marshall Street HHA. As I've mentioned in the evidence, that's probably the potential, I looked at the 4 smallest in the evidence. That's the one that's probably most vulnerable, because you've got buildings which face the other side of the street, which is not within an HHA, and you can obviously get quite significant change happening opposite. And then if you assume a change took place within the HHA itself, the sort of magnitude of the effect of that would be greater, I think, than if perhaps you had two sides of a street which have equal control over.
Can I just clarify, you said that you viewed that one as being the most vulnerable. You meaning most vulnerable to change rather than, I guess, borderline as to whether it's included?
No, most vulnerable to change, that's right, yeah. Yeah, so I mean, I think if because it's got potential for intensification opposite, clearly that will have an impact upon the setting of the HHA. And therefore, you can get a much greater degree of change potentially opposite than you have when you've got two sides of the street with equal controls within an HHA facing each other.
Can you remind me, is Oxford and Marshall Street the only one where we don't have two sides of the same street?
I'm 99.9% sure. I'm sure it was. I'm sure I checked at the time when I wrote the evidence. I don't think there's any other instance of that.
And did you say, I think you said at the beginning that we were talking about some HHAs that have been taken out because they were too small. Did you say that some had also been taken out because they weren't on both sides of the street?
They were taken out because they were small, but looking back, they also weren't on both sides of the street.
Do you think that having, like, for the cohesiveness and to be able to read the HHA, do you think, in your opinion, is it important or critical even to have houses on both sides of the street, or is it just context dependent and you can have it as long as that character's for that?
I think it's context dependent, and the assessments have sort of would have brought that out really. I mean, for instance, with Marshall and Oxford as Oxford East and Marshall Street HHA, clearly I've really looked at that and still content that it ticks the box. It has sufficient significance to be included still, notwithstanding the fact that it isn't both sides of the street.
So the preference would be it would be on both sides of the street. It's not a critical component of the methodology.
I don't know if there's a preference as such, because it comes down to the assessment and what does the assessment tell me. Mm-hmm. But I just think it's more susceptible to change because of there not being development that has the same controls over it, immediately opposite.
So being more susceptible to development is sort of looking that through. So say that we'll put in place all of the HHAs that you have recommended, and Plan Change 12 goes through, assuming that happens, there's intensification on the opposite side of the street. What does that do to the HHA? Is it likely that if the other side of the street is developed in a way that's not sympathetic and there's no rules constraining the development, which I don't think there is in the plan for opposite side of the street, I guess I'm wondering, is there a point in protecting it, and is the protection really kind of actually going to be effective if there's no controls on the other side of the street?
I think given the width of the street and the distance there would be between front boundary to front boundary, as it were, I still think it's okay, and it won't have such a negative impact on the setting of the HHA that it will destroy the values of that HHA. I think those values will still remain, particularly bearing in mind the controls that have been put through the land within the HHA through the plan change, the controls over redevelopment changes, etc., within the HHA. So I'm content that given the spacing that's available in that particular instance and the width of those streets, that it's fine. But it is different to the others, and certainly development opposite will have an impact on its setting, which you wouldn't get were both sides of the street in the HHA, and that's probably as much as I can say in a way. In that I have thought about it, I did think, does this mean that shouldn't be identified? In my view, I still believe that because of the assessment that we've carried out and the scoring of that, as it were, that it still stands up in its own right.
And just while you were talking about that, you mentioned some, that were removed because they were small, 6 or 7. I know it's hard to put a figure on things, but is that sort of the order of things that you think are too small to become a historic heritage area? So, above 10, you're okay.
I think
around the 5 or 6,
I think the logic was to stand back and look at each at that stage and think, if we had a change take place within the HHA, even though that change has been controlled by rules, let's say you have new garaging going in, you have a small extension to one building or whatever, when you've got a scale of HHA of that size, even though you have control over those changes, they can actually begin to have an impact on the whole, because the whole is quite small. And so it really is looking, rather than putting a figure in, it really very much has been a case of looking at case by case, because clearly if you had very, an HHA of 6, let's say, but they were incredibly large lots, the fact that someone extends their building and adds a new garage out to the back or whatever isn't going to impact. But if you've got something which is much more open in character, much smaller lots, buildings are much closer to each other, and the gaps between them, it just has a different impact. So it has really very much been a case of looking at the particular circumstances of each HHA and those which were removed, rather than just saying the rule of thumb is X, Y, Z. So it really has been on a case by case.
And with those sort of, I guess, considerations, would the location of that further development be important in terms of, say you've got an HHA of 6 and it's a middle lot that's got, the others have been sort of already subdivided down, and the middle lot's kind of got a bit of extra land, and you might be able to chuck some things on, and because it's in the middle, it could sever the HHA. Would that sort of have more weight in those sort of situations?
Yeah, I think probably that type of thing, thinking about happens at the end, happens in the middle, whatever, is a consideration, but really it's just been trying to think of the worst case scenario that could happen within that HHA, given the rules that we're suggesting. I'm not sure that the geographic location of the change or whatever would have an impact, would have a different impact, but I don't know that I sort of went to that detail. I was just sort of thinking, what's the worst that could happen to this if let's say, just sort of looking through them, just thinking it through really. I don't know that I was quite as scientific as that.
I'm just looking at River Street, which has 8. Yeah, you were talking about the case by case basis, and obviously it backs onto the river. It's quite self-contained.
Yes.
So therefore, even though there's only 8, that one you would say that it's.
Yeah, very much when you're there, physically there, it feels like a little contained place, and therefore does, I think, hang together quite well. And in that instance, I think given the geography of the area and just the sort of the whole nature of it, it seems to be, I think it could withstand a degree of change without impacting the HHA as a whole. So moving on from there, so having reviewed the smallest of the recommended HHAs, I don't consider that any of them are so small that anticipated changes cannot be accommodated without impacting the ability of the area to continue to meet the threshold for inclusion. Paragraph 12, in accordance with Direction 10, I've retested each of the recommended HHAs against the statutory test and the AP 7 assessment criteria using the agreed methodology, and that's why I say largely agreed. Clearly it is just the threshold that isn't agreed. My assessments confirm that each of the proposed HHAs have met the threshold for inclusion as a Section 6F HHA. This includes all of the areas identified as being overall moderate significance, in so much as for each of these areas there is a clear evidence of the significance of the area and its role in Hamilton's history, and as such they each make a clear and direct contribution to the understanding and appreciation of New Zealand's history and culture. As all meet the definition of historic heritage in the RMA, they all require recognition and protection against inappropriate subdivision and development. I've also prepared AP7 assessments of three areas proposed by submitters, who the panel heard evidence from at the original hearing in May, being Fairview Downs, Hereford Drive and Queen's Ave. For the reasons set out in the AP7 assessments for those, I do not consider that any of the three proposed areas present qualities that meet the definition of historic heritage, and therefore they don't warrant inclusion in the operative district plan as HHAs. So that's my summary. The other piece of evidence, obviously, is 27th of October, you had some evidence, second supplementary statement of evidence, which was the one that included the updated statement for each HHA. And just to move to paragraph 6 of that supplementary statement, in preparing those updated statements for HHAs, I had both meetings and correspondence with the planning guidance unit, so that's the team that deals with resource consents in the city, to get their feedback in relation to the contents of the statements. And so they've been through a couple of iterations in terms of having their comments back and then me adding some further information into each of those. So I've incorporated their feedback in preparing the updated statements that I recommend be included in 8D. And so probably what might be easiest, if it's okay, is if I just talk through one of those statements. So if we move on to page 4 of that, which is the Acacia Crescent statement. So how this differs really, the structure of it's very similar to the statements you saw previously. What I've done really, the main changes are in that summary of values section of the statement. So what I've done is I've included a summary of the AP7 findings in terms of the little box there that talks about the significance of each of those qualities and also the context within which it's significant, and then clarified the overall significance of the area in terms of whether it's moderate, high or outstanding significance in that first paragraph, and talked about the development period that it relates to and a little bit about the history, the significance and history of the area. And then in the following that, there's a list of bullet points, which are really those ones which respond to the planning guidance discussions really, and some of those questions that particularly Commissioner Sargent raised at the first hearing, in terms of providing a very clear understanding of what's appropriate and what might not be appropriate in terms of moving forward. So this is based upon a clear understanding of the physical characteristics of each HHA as existing, and those bullet points have been developed from that to provide that level of guidance. And as I said, that's the most sort of significant change perhaps, I think, within these statements. Now, there's been some debate, planning guidance are very happy to have that information and pleased to have that information there. I know there's been views expressed by others as to whether it's appropriate to have this level of detail within the statement, within the plan, or whether this level of detail should go into a subsequent guidance document. Now, my feeling is that it's important to have this in the plan, and that's my professional view, because if it is taken out and left to a subsequent guidance document, what status does that subsequent guidance document have? And again, I fall upon the Auckland Council example. Those of us who've done work in Auckland all know about the Auckland Design Manual, which is an incredibly extensive, detailed urban design manual, which has been through no public consultation, never approved by commissioners, never been through an LGA or Schedule 1 process, and therefore when you get to making a decision on a consent and someone's not quoting that, how much weight can you give to it in a decision-making process under Section 104 as another matter? Very little, in my view. I believe it's much more appropriate with the opportunity we have to have this level of detail within the statements. and it's there in the plan. The only question I would have is, really, there could be a case of saying there's enough within the first three sections, development dates, city extension, and summary values. Do you then have the two subsequent sections in the statements? I don't think there's any harm in having it, but I don't know that it's critical, but I think it's critical to have that list within the statements.
I'm just thinking about your comments about the guidance document and in particular the Portland Council example, and was thinking about, do you think there's a difference where here the information we're talking about is sort of factual information, is information related to the past, it's not something that needs to be updated going forward in terms of what happened, whereas sometimes the justification for having a guidance document is that the techniques, stream modelling might change, and therefore trying to embed it into the plan kind of locks you into today's thinking and today's technology, whereas it's a bit different, isn't it, with historic?
I think it is, because you're very much talking about all of those bullet points are seek to reflect what's there today and what's been identified as the significance of the area, and they're very much identifying that and suggesting how you should move forward from that, very much tied into that past, as you say. But as I said again, I still think as a decision maker, it's critical to have it in the plan as well. So I think I think what you're saying is valid. Plus, I also believe it's critical to have it in the plan, come what may.
With the bullet points, I thought they were useful to give their indication. So the discussion you had and the comments you got back from the planning team were around particularly those bullet points in particular?
They were, the plan guidance unit were particularly interested in those, and they raised a couple of questions. For instance, two things. One, they asked for some what about clarity? Can you clarify this issue? Can you clarify that issue? So I added some further bits in to cover those off. The other question that came up, both from them and elsewhere, was also there's some things which for instance, I made comments about planting, and I think it's in particular about planting. Comments came forward, but that isn't addressed. That's not a matter of controlling the plants. There isn't any rules in place that control planting. But my view is, of course, you might get in a situation where planting has been proposed by someone as a mitigation. For instance, I can build a garage in my front yard because I'm going to plant a hedge, and it will mitigate the impact upon that on the street. But equally, in terms of where I've discussed planting, I've talked about, in some instances, the fact that it's not solid planting, the fact that it allows views through to the building, etc. Well, that then helps someone respond to, say, an application saying we can mitigate by planting. So
direction as to the appropriateness of the mitigation being proposed.
That's right. So RISE is not directly a direct control in the plan. It is something that still comes up in a resource consent process.
The other question I had around those bullet points, and it comes up in a number of the statements, is it references the different plan shapes, the LT and shallow V. I sort of understand what L and T are. I wasn't quite sure what shallow V was.
Actually, plan shape, yeah.
And I just wondered whether that's clear enough for the user to understand what that means.
That's fair enough. I changed some of the wording around that, hoping that it was clear, but more than happy to think about alternative wording for that. Very happy to do that. I mean, the alternative is whether we something that perhaps could go into Appendix 8, whichever the bit we were talking about earlier, which talks about the development periods. There could be some illustrations in there to illustrate what each of those mean, perhaps.
Yes, and obviously it's important the way that those bullet points, etc., are referred to in the rules, how they roll through into the assessment criteria.
Yes.
I mean, I'd imagine that education's got a lot of things to refer to.
Yeah.
The example you've given us. It might be that you wouldn't be able to meet every single piece of guidance.
No, that's right.
Whenever you meet, you can get consent. But all the things to be looked at and take into account. So it's just the words used to make that connection.
There
I
is,
haven't looked at that yet.
yeah, there is still that requirement for a heritage impact assessment. And I think that would be the opportunity for someone to then run through these. And from memory, I'll have to double check actually. If there isn't, there needs to be a cross-reference, I think, between the HIA and these statements. I can't recall without checking.
Yeah, and you wouldn't, I mean, just looking at the last one there, existing street trees and wide front ferns should be retained, maintained as existing. I mean, you might not be able to do that, but that's not going to sort of deny your consent necessarily.
No. And it's also, again, clearly that's right. And equally that in a way is also just an internal thing for the council as well, for them to, in terms of highlighting the significance of that to other council teams, in terms of, sometimes assist with funding for maintenance of street trees, etc. Whatever, in LDP.
Right.
So that was it in terms of me wanting to run through anything, but we clearly had some questions. I'm more than happy to answer any other questions that you have as well.
I just had one in relation to, and it links to the discussions that the experts were having, or will be having for the built heritage topic. And that's in relation to, is one moderate criteria sufficient for an HHA? And I'm just looking at your table actually where you've summarised, it's in your September reference, paragraph 45, where you've got a summary of significance of each HHA, and you've grouped them into outstanding, high and moderate.
Yeah.
And just looking at that table, there isn't any HHAs which are being recommended by you which only trigger one moderate category.
No.
I think the lowest has either 2 or 3, might be 3.
Yeah, I think they're two.
Two,
I think we've got
yeah,
two.
Sun Hills.
Ignoring the last column.
Yeah. So, I just wondered if you had a view on that. So one of the questions I think that is going to the built heritage experts is whether or not a single moderate is enough, or whether it should be sort of 2 or more, or 3 or more. I mean, it's a bit academic anyway, because in your assessment they trigger at least 2 or 3. That would be interesting in your view on that.
I think, as I said in my evidence, notwithstanding that it's moderate and moderate is the threshold that I've suggested, I've still truth checked, as it were, against the Act. Is it achieving what it has to achieve to be identified as a 6F item? And I think that's the critical thing. If it's one moderate, you need to sort of stand back and think, hold on, is this doing what it needs to do to get to be identified? So it's a bit of that truth check, really, rather than saying one moderate isn't enough. Is this moderate enough in this instance? If that makes sense. And I think that's probably my view on it. Well, it is my view on it.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot to be gleaned from that table, and my understanding of the way that you've ordered them is that they gradually get lower and lower. So the ones, Springfield and Sunny Hills are obviously the ones, and Seaford above that, where we get down to
I think they're just
down to moderates.
Yeah, they just happen to be alphabetical within each section, actually. Right. And it just works like that. Yeah, I hadn't spotted that. No, so I think we've only got 2 modules in Augusta as well. So it's just alphabetical within each of those sections.
Yeah. So we've talked about the sort of truth testing, which is that what went on? Because I'm aware of the fact that this is 29, and below that there was quite a long tail of ones that didn't make the cut. So just for argument's sake, if I went down to line 30, we don't need to talk about it specifically, but is that where we start getting down to ones that maybe still had 2 moderates, but as a result of some comparative testing, truth, sensing, etc., they didn't get onto the list?
Well, I suppose in a way I did things backwards to what might otherwise not be done, because I was given the whole city, I wasn't. I was given 5, initially looked at 5 areas where there were going to be area plans prepared, and then with the amendments to the Act, that became a city-wide study. So I did some of that up front by looking at that consistency. And so I had in the back of my mind, these development, well, at the time they were sort of themes which linked to the development periods, and then it moved much more towards just development periods. In the back of my mind, I had all of that information, and so I was instantly rating streets to exclude. Yeah, this was a good example 10 years ago, but look what people have done since, type of things, or this was never very good. So that scoring is what shrunk the list down to what you have today, or almost what you have today. Then further research on each and understanding about the history of each to sort of, again, another test, as it were, which is sort of moving to that stage 2 things, and then that issue of size. So it's been sort of tested and thought about and truth tested in a different way perhaps than you might otherwise, and you've got that whole thing of I know Mr. Brown talks quite often about the comparative analysis, which is in the Auckland guidance, but interestingly Auckland have never used, they've introduced it into their guidance in 2020, and since 2020 have never carried out an assessment that includes comparative analysis, but it's in their guidance. That's sort of at the end, where in a way the process has been one of comparative analysis in this instance, if it makes sense, by visiting every pre-1980 street, spending time and scoring every pre-1980 street, which then got down to this. These are the ones that hang together physically the most in terms of recognising the development periods. Let's now test them further. So it's been sort of a bit back to front to what I think may be suggestive for buildings, I'm not sure.
The other thing that came out of the table for me was, and I think you made the comment yourself, is that there's quite a high degree of sort of coalescence between architectural values and historic values. So, I mean, it's pretty common as you go down where they score, and they score at least, moderate in one, they'll get moderate in the other. If not, as you go further up, many of them, if they score outstanding in one, they'll score outstanding in the other as well. And the flip side of that is that in some of the other columns, there's a lot of ends.
Yeah.
There's a lot of, the main focus is really on those 2 qualities.
Which is, if you remember back to the first hearing, and it came through from the evidence of Mr. Miller in particular, in terms of saying within an area, it is likely to be the architectural and historic which are the most important values, which are the most significant values, which is what I'd focused on most on before the last hearing. So this sort of truth tests that assumption, actually.
I'm looking at that truth testing another way. If we came to a view that maybe there should be 2 scores, high, to be outstanding, either 2 outstandings or an outstanding and a high, and to be high, you have to have 2 highs or a high plus a moderate. But then, and so you come up with a list on that basis. But then there was some truth sensing that said, well, hang on a minute, this one here has got just 1 outstanding. I don't think there is an example, but its outstanding aspect is archaeological or scientific. So therefore, that's got to be on the list. And that's the nature of the true sensing exercise. I mean, is that potentially another way that, where you end up with a different list?
Yeah, I think you're just going to step back to what the Act says, though, because the Act says, any of those things can mean it's historic heritage. So I firmly believe that by the view that if it gets moderate, because I believe that is an appropriate threshold, subject to double checking back, which I have done, it's enough that it's run. But I do think, as you point out, because we're looking at areas, it does tend to be architectural and historic, which are the things where you're picking up more on than you may otherwise do so. Mm. Because at the end of the day, many of these areas are just ordinary areas. You weren't expecting someone to be pushing the boundaries in terms of technology or whatever. They were just normal areas. We're just fortunate that these they've undergone less change and remained very representative of that period. And I don't think the fact they were normal, everyday areas when they were built was a bad thing. We're just fortunate that people haven't yet got in there and changed them, I guess.
So that doesn't undercut their significance nowadays, the fact that at that time they were normal, but now they're, I guess...
they can be unusual. Yes, and that's the point I've also made in terms of, should you have the reason for not having A's and B's for areas and not having different rules for A's and B's, because what you could potentially say is a B currently, as NDRS kicks off around it and the city changes, these areas become more and more unique over time. But if you don't put the right rules in place to protect it, it could get undermined in time.
So your view is, just from that answer, that there should be one set of rules applying to all of the historic heritage areas, whether or not they're outstanding, significant or moderate, because where they fall on that spectrum may change over time.
And I've also sort of thought about how different would the rules be, and it's actually quite hard if you're starting from if your starting point is that we should be protecting those things that you've identified as being important about each of them. It's very different to actually see where the rules vary a lot between areas, between a moderate, a high, and outstanding. To be fair, I find it quite difficult to try and say, this is the set of rules that focus to that and to that and to that. I mean, what I have done and what's been done is identify particularly where different, some have open frontages, some have low fences, some have tall fences and you don't want to put controls in place. So I've identified that, and that's very much based upon the specifics of each area, but not based upon whether they're moderate, high, or outstanding. It's based upon the existing physical characteristics of that area.
Yes, because the rules as they are don't differentiate between houses within an HHA. I'm just like demolition or relocation outside of existing dwellings on the front corner or through side of the HHA. Discretionary. It's not like once you're in an HHA,
you're in it,
irrespective of the contribution you make to them in there. It's virtually the case within every HHA is that some contribute more than others to the totality. Mm-hmm. You might have sort of book holders on each end, and in the middle there's something that's not quite as good. But the rules are the same.
They are.
So you say they need to be the same.
Yeah, I think that's been a conscious decision to do that, because I don't know that necessarily going through and identifying contributing, non-contributing, etc., necessarily improves the overall outcome. In my view, it almost encourages change and encourages people to push the boundaries a bit more on those sides, perhaps, than they may otherwise do so. So I think I'm not sure it achieves the best outcome. So I'm content with having the same rules over everything.
We talked before about the use of Act 7.
Yeah.
mean, I know that you didn't, not explicitly anyway, you didn't go to AP7 right at the start.
I sort of had App 7, as I said at the last thing, had it in the sort of back of my mind because clearly all App 7 does is just repeat the definition really to a great extent and then put some more words alongside that. So clearly I looked at App 7, but did concentrate on, in terms of that initial assessment and initial sort of look and that stage 1 really was concentrating mostly on architecture and historic.
So did you look at AP7 and think, oh, it's not terribly helpful?
I didn't think it would.
HHAs?
Yeah, I mean, I felt that given the enormity of the process we were going through, looking at the whole city, or looking at everything pre-1980 in the city, which is a significant part of the city, there needed to be a way to cut through things a bit more efficiently, which is what the process was all about at that stage. And I think going through App 7 subsequently, since the last hearing, has been useful as it's enabled me to identify whether areas of outstanding, high or moderate. It's been useful from that perspective. But I don't know that it's really changed anything, ultimately. Well, it hasn't changed anything ultimately, because I'm still making the same recommendations, in terms of the areas. So I don't think it's really changed anything. So I think it's been a useful, interesting process that has added to the overall outcome. But personally, I don't know that I still don't feel that it was critical.
Right. So I mean, you're confident, based on your latest piece of work, that App 7 does form the basis, which are the words used in the method.
Oh yeah, certainly. Yeah, it does
form the basis of what you've done.
Yeah, because the two-stage process is embedded entirely in this two-stage process that we now have gone through for every HHA and reflected and included within Appendix A.
On the ratings, the scorings, we're still noting down whether it's got local, regional, or national.
Yes.
But of course, that doesn't actually mean anything.
No, at the end of the day, it's whether it hits the threshold under the definition, and that isn't impacted as to whether it's local, regional, or national. But
yeah, that doesn't. Just to be clear, that doesn't come through to your table.
No, I haven't included it in the table because I think ultimately it doesn't. I don't think that impacts whether it's. So two things. One, I don't think it impacts whether it should be identified under 6F. I think it's actually, just standing back and looking at the results of that App 7 assessment against 6F. Sort of, yes, it does meet the threshold to get in. And equally, it was agreed by everyone at Compton as well that it could be local, regional, or national, and still be identified. So I didn't think that I haven't included it here in this summary table because of that.
Because I mean, whether it's one or the other, it's inherent in the nature of the descriptions and historical, architectural.
Yeah, and I think it's interesting, sort of thinking about the evidence of Mr. Brown for KO. I'm wondering whether or not in his evidence he sort of almost got too much of a national lens on it, as it were, and not recognising that this is all about really recognising those, whether these HHAs reflect development periods which are significant to the growth and history of Hamilton. And I think when we do that, that gives us quite a different lens on things. And if we're thinking, well, actually, there's an awful lot happening all around the country at that time, for instance. But this is about Hamilton, and that's sufficient for the Act. So yeah, I mean, I think you're right. You know, that can almost be put to one side.
Jumping into that answer there, so Mr. Brown's obviously made some recommendations in response where he has either suggested that some areas that you've put forward don't make the cut or reduced the extent of other areas to what he calls core areas. And I guess just wanting to be clear, is that your response that you think in doing so he's applied that national lens rather than taking that sort of more local lens in terms of what he thinks?
I mean, that's what I sort of felt looking at it. It really, I sort of thought, you know, those core areas that he suggested are, you know, incredibly small in some instances. Well, incredibly small relative to what I'm suggesting, rather than relatively small. And yeah, I just felt that they didn't really feel that they had an appreciation of the fact that this is about Hamilton. This is about the development periods that are significant to Hamilton, and my boundaries seem to reflect that, rather than try and zoom right into this bit which might stand up on a national pedestal almost, as it were.
And I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think he may have also talked about trying to anchor the HHAs around sort of built heritage as well. Do you have a view on that? You know, is built heritage a critical component of the HHA or not?
Not in my view, no. And it's been something which I've, to be honest, sort of to a great extent sort of tried to put to one side. Because I think that the assessments that have been carried out show that the areas stand up in their own right. And it is about those areas. And a number of them have got individually recognised heritage buildings and items within them. But the assessment has been in the whole. And I'm content with that.
And I guess the follow-on to that is last week when we were talking about built heritage, obviously Ms. Cardigan has made a number of recommendations to remove some built heritage, some items that were listed as built heritage which will no longer be, and some of those also fell within HHAs, and was wondered whether or not that impacted your assessment, or whether you had gone through and reassessed if that's taken out and it's no longer viewed as built heritage. Does that impact your assessment? I guess what you've just told me is that
I try to sort of carry out my assessment blind to that as much as possible, to an extent with, and even with App 7 talks about things that are on the national list rather than locally recognised in terms of the, and that's actually in relation to archaeological, whether things are recognised nationally for their archaeological value. So I've tried to sort of, I've ignored that on the way through, recognising and looking at the areas, let's assess the area and ignore that issue.
And then just in terms of some other submitters, I assume you've had a look through the other submitters that have provided evidence on areas, and with the 3 new suggested areas, obviously we've got evidence for and evidence against, and I just wondered whether any of the points that had been raised in either of those opposing views had changed your view or reinforced your view.
To be fair, I've looked more at the ones which were for rather than against. No, there wasn't anything. I'm content with the assessment I've carried out for those, and as I said, I did think the App 7 assessment needed to sort of be tempered and informed by that earlier work I've done in terms of looking at the overall consistency. Because as I said, I think that's one of the things that really brought home to me the fact that you do need both parts of that, stage 1 and stage 2. You just do stage 2 as a desk-based exercise. You could be, a lot of things will get through on their historical significance, to be fair, but they are very, Queen's Ave and Very Downs are both quite altered. And obviously Harrowfield is something quite different, and it's a much more recent development. And equally, I can't remember the scoring of that without checking. Sorry, it isn't particularly consistent architecturally at all. Either.
One of the points raised, I think, in relation to the Fairview Downs one was the sheer size of that proposed HHA, 450 odd lot. In your view, is size, obviously you told us when that's really small, it becomes relevant because it could affect it. Is the converse also true when it's that large, that I guess to be able to read that heritage area?
What I should have said at the start is I revisited every area last week. So it's been a while since I've been there. Let's make sure that no one's built a tower block in any of them. So I revisited every HHA and the proposed HHAs last week to get another look at them and spend a day going around all of those. So to me, Fairview Down just doesn't. When you drive around, it just feels too inconsistent. A lot of it is to do with fences and alterations to the area since it's been developed. And I couldn't even go around then. I didn't even feel I didn't sort of see anything that felt like a core even. So I think a big HHA is fine when you've got some consistency. So Hamilton East is a big HHA, very large HHA. But there's significant consistency brought by the fact that you read the original super block 200 metre grid pattern, and then you can read the way it's subsequently been subdivided within that is I've written in evidence. But that's very clear as you go through that area, but I didn't get that feeling, and even though that's happened over a long period of time, so there's quite a diversity of architecture reflecting those different periods as it's been subsequently subdivided from your acre sections down. But at Fairview Downs, you can't read anything in that way. It's very different, and it feels quite inconsistent to me.
It seems to me your main comment on the inconsistency there is about the frontage treatments. And is the assessment of frontage treatments a usual part or a strong part of the methodology usually? In other words, if you just get about frontage treatments and you're looking behind, is there enough consistency? Well, other people have told us that, and a couple of submitters to Barry Cummett, obviously, that there is some strong consistency, albeit some, the usual modification on floor plans you get from group housing schemes. And if you look for that, there is the consistency there.
I think the difficulty is the starting point, or no, perhaps not the starting point, where do you stop, I suppose, is the end of the day. At the end of the day, we've got 29 HHAs being proposed, and we're seeking to ensure that we have those which are most currently, in their current form, most representative of what they would have been, or how they, or illustrating an evolution of an area like you see in Hamilton East, which is in itself the history and evolution of the area is important. But in terms of those newer areas, I think it very much is. They were built at a time. They're much newer. They haven't, because of the size of the sections, etc. in the first place, they weren't ever capable of accommodating the level of change that Hamilton East is seeing, for instance. So it is very much, I think, within those new areas, looking at those which best represent what they once were, what they were built as. And if you go to somewhere like, I don't know, let's say Hooker Avenue is incredibly, unchanged. Even down to fences. So if you're sort of doing it, I suppose, as I said, I have done a comparative analysis on the way through the process. If I'm doing a comparative of Hooker Ave versus Fairview Downs, the comparative analysis to me is that one remains much more true to what it was built as than the other. I mean, and if I hadn't gone through that, we'd probably be here today with me recommending 100 HHAs. We've already got a number which seems to me to already be controversial. So it really was very much, the process of going through and trying to seek the very best. And the Auckland guidance for HHA or for assessment of heritage does, in particular in relation to HHAs, talk about looking at those physical features in terms of lot size, but all of those things that I've looked at, I think are all listed in there without double checking. But they're things that does suggest you look at for an area. And so I don't think I'm inconsistent with what other people do by doing so, because it is very much a case of trying to get the very best. Being realistic, ultimately.
Another element of scoring is cultural qualities. And I noticed one of the sub-criteria there is identity. I'm thinking of Fairview Downs here and other submissions of evidence that we've received. Identity says a place or area is a context for community identity or sense of place and provides evidence of cultural or historical continuity. And of course, the promoters of Fairview Downs as an HHA says that actually does exist. What would your usual methodology be for actually trying to assess that element of identity?
Sorry, I might pull it up so I've got the words in front of me.
Because
you're myself confused my
your summary of that is the area doesn't exhibit these qualities.
Yeah.
But that's obviously been contested.
I think the difficulty is whether it's it wasn't obvious to me, and that's probably the best I can say at this stage. And I appreciate people who have a more intimate understanding of the area may be able to assess that differently. But I think it would be. I'm struggling with that one for Fairview Downs, really, in terms of what I see there today. And I appreciate that some of that's a social issue, but it wasn't immediately obvious to me from my site visits.
I went through your very helpful summary list. And there was, if you took away the likes of Frankton, area, and the 2 or 3 commercial areas that feature on the HHAs, I think there was only one that actually scored on cultural qualities, or had an identity that had been recognised. So it seems to be criteria that's largely sort of silent. And maybe that's because you need to, you actually have to sort of get underneath and talk to people with experience.
I mean, it's also that whole thing, sense of place, and perhaps I was sort of, that it's community identity or sense of place, and I think the sense of place to me, and that's partly coming from an urban design as well as a historic heritage background, is also that sort of physical sense of place, and I didn't get that in that instance. That wasn't sort of shouting at me, and that's partly because of the changes that have taken place physically to the area. I think in terms of Fairview Downs, there was evidence given at the first hearing, which talked about the so I've forgotten the exact name, the Maori housing that was built under so I've forgotten the grants that were available in the 50s and 60s. There was an element of that there, but that wasn't specifically identified in anything that we were provided with as to which that area was, and that might be something which would fit potentially under some of that scoring, scoring more strongly there, because that is clearly a significant cultural, you could score significant culturally, but also historically as a period of time and something that happened at that time in terms of provision of that housing, those grants and that housing. That might be a particular focus that you could pull out from that area, but that wasn't immediately obvious from the evidence that we had previously, because it was focusing much more on the group builders, etc. And that was mentioned, but I think that might be something which under the cultural could potentially come through more strongly. So it was a married land grants, wasn't it, I think?
Anything further?
Yes, just one from me. There's some evidence from the Wakato Bridge Club around their particular site, and they're I think, preparing at some point.
You've got to be next.
Yes, and so they've provided some helpful plans, and what they're seeking is basically that they are excluded from the HHA for Hamilton East in a similar way that some other properties around the edges have been excluded. I just wondered whether you would want to respond to that. You had any view on whether or not it would be appropriate to sort of exclude that particular site?
I wasn't sure that there was any real justification to exclude, and I appreciate that it's a large piece of land that they've got there. Being within the HHA doesn't exclude or prohibit development. There's still development potential. It probably will be a greater degree of scrutiny of that than there would be otherwise. But equally, even if you excluded it from the HHA, you'd almost have to consider, and I appreciate, I'm not sure the plan really does this, but the definition also talks about the surroundings associated with historic heritage, and in a way, it'd almost be you'd caught by that. So whilst there wouldn't be specific rules in place, you'd almost have to. I'm not sure that it helps a lot. Ultimately.
I just wondered how is it different from others that have been excluded around the edges, because they are, of different form or don't sort of contribute to the history.
Yeah.
And why is that one still included? I guess I'm just unclear as to what the reason is.
So I might just put up my maps just to be sure to check the boundaries. So bear with me. So it's just opening it. And they've very clearly got they're on,
Brookfield Street.
I thought, yeah. So they're, I mean, everything and they do go back to the boundary of the HHA, but they have a very clear frontage to Brookfield, and I think that's part of the issue ultimately. Other bits that have been excluded on the place, for instance, where Cotter Place has been excluded behind them, the frontage buildings onto the street across that I've got now, Nixon, were included. And I think it's very much the fact that they are their frontage to Brookfield, and we have taken the approach really that you don't that the boundaries to HHAs follow cadastral boundaries rather than cut across sites. I mean, you could potentially make a case that you could exclude part of their area, but equally they'd have to access it from within the HHA, whatever. So it's a difficult one, but I think they do have a very prominent frontage to Brookfield. And very clearly fronting Brookfield.
And so I guess if they weren't included, and I know there's no proposal, but they suddenly decided to build some townhouses or something in there, do you think there's a risk that could impact the qualities of the HHA in the surrounding area,
Yeah,
was
so-
developed,
Yeah.
I guess, inappropriately, to use a word.
But I mean, the case could, speaking hypothetically, a case could potentially be put forward that they could build townhouses at the back of their site without an impact on the HHA, and it's the fun, I don't know, 40 metres or 30 metres it's important because the ground does drop down as well. So, you could potentially bring forward a development which respects the HHA, but I think to do that, it probably needs to be within the HHA, because otherwise you're going to end up with something which is quite potentially quite out of place with the HHA. If you do exclude that whole site, because it is a really prominent frontage and footprint.
I mean, it might be that the development on the rear of the property doesn't offend many of the individual bullet points that are listed.
Yeah, that's right, exactly. And I think, Hamilton East is an area which has undergone significant change since it was, and that's part of the history of it, the fact that it was this super, 200 metre grid of acre sites which are subsequently subdivided down into what we see today. And there's a lot that happens in the back that doesn't impact the overall values of in the back of those blocks, that doesn't impact the values of the HHA. And the biggest issue, clearly, with getting things that houses down the back is the width of the access you get coming through to the street and how you deal with that. But I don't think having it within the HHA prohibits, doesn't prohibit their development of it. It's just got to be looked at sensitively.
Just one question. In relation to that, so I'm just looking at the plan which is in the Waikato Bridge sort of evidence, and they've got, it shows the boundaries of the HHA, and where Grey Street hits Naylor Street, it appears like there's a site that fronts Naylor Street, but it's excluded from the HHA. It's got a little orange circle on it. I just wondered, is there a reason why that site is different to the Waikato Bridge site in terms of, I don't know whether access is taken from Naylor Street or whether it's from the side street?
That's the orange circle. That's actually a heritage building that's excluded there, but it's within a commercial area.
Okay.
So that's a petrol filling station on the corner with a scheduled sort of old garage workshop building associated with it. So that's excluded because it isn't residential in that area. That sort of finger that comes in is quite different in character. So in terms of its form and the form of the building, so yeah, I would argue that is different in that instance, and I appreciate it. It's a frontage site, but it's a petrol filling station forecourt currently.
Thank you.
Right. Well, I have nothing further. It's been a very helpful conversation, and we've been at it for quite a while now. So thank you very much, Mr. Knight. Obviously, there's a few more things to be thought about later in the week when the outcomes of the built heritage conversation is out. So we'll 10 past 11. We'll take a break now until 11:30. Thank you.
Thank you.
There's been many opportunities to save it and many been bypassed. And I'm really happy that these heritage areas have been proposed to fully support. And I think really we need to know, I mean, only any casual drive around the city will show the incredible changes in this town, well, all over the country. And there's very little heritage here. I've got a slideshow. I'm just an ordinary person, so I'm not an expert in anything, so I'm not going to be talking to technicalities. Probably there's a bit more technical stuff in my submission, which you've got, but I will just be highlighting some things. Okay. We've lost a lot of heritage in this town. I think we'll be here all day going over all the heritage items that have been lost. I will just highlight a few. Computer. Do I not have that? Well, I have to tell you. Okay. Sorry, can you move a little to the right? This is one. This is the London Hotel. It was a beautiful Art Deco building on the corner of Grey and Clyde Street. It was demolished in the 90s, I think. It's now a shopping centre. Was the St Andrews Manse in Tiaraha Street, Hilton East. That was demolished, and now that is the site of the Link, which is a community complex on there. This is a really important one. This was the Frazee House that we fought very hard for, which Environment Court lost. This was a heritage listed A. Well, it was B because it was a DP changeover, and that was plus all the beautiful buildings at the back of it. Was a beautiful Spanish mission building. I've been through that building myself, and it could have been repurposed for many things. Beautiful. And Roosevelt was gone. That was on the corner of Grey and Clyde Streets. This is not the most beautiful building, but it's still heritage. This was 40 Wellington Street. That was the Old Healing Association building. So as you probably aware, developers often move buildings off-site. Instead of outright demolishing, they just take them away. There are many buildings removed from around Hamilton East, but also all over the city. These are just a list of a few streets where the heritage has been totally demolished. Manning Street and Forest Street, which are off Palmerston Street on the way to the hospital. They were some absolutely stunning, beautiful houses on those streets, pretty much all gone. Palmerston Street as well. Wellington Street and Hamilton East, from Nixon Street to Grey, is entirely apartments now. First Street, except for the Heritage Enclave at the end of First Street, the rest of First Street, is now apartments, and in fact it's a lot of it is housing drug and alcohol addiction people, people in transition housing. There's been a lot of that kind of stuff, and that is really changing the character of the area, and there's been a lot of social upheaval from that. Cook Street, parts of Cook Street. Coke Street is pretty much totally devoid of any heritage. And the right side of Albert Street, which is high resident. If you go down Albert Street, you'll see the beautiful heritage buildings on one side of the street, and on the other side of the street, all apartments. Now, the reason for that is the zoning, and I think the zoning is one of the underlying problems with this. because high residential area zoning has been demolished at great pace. The only reason the other side of Albert Street is intact because that is residential, not high residential. And so I think the zoning is the thing that really, up to now, has been the thing that's really determined whether a heritage remained or where it goes. I think I'm totally in favour of HHA, but I think they need stronger protections. For a few protections, then we might as well do no HHAs. Developers will and do move buildings off-site, build multiplexes down driveways, build tightly around protected properties, get consents to demolish heritage properties, and multiplexes building straight roads do not foster any sense of community. They will become slums. If you don't take a drive down Coke Street, in Wellington Street, these were properties in the 70s that were developed. They're known as banana boxes in Hamilton, and they're really not so great, are they? Yeah, and I believe that a lot of these new ones are going to be tomorrow's Coke Street. Our ancestors, that's my grandmother who had a house in Wellington Street. I don't know which one or whether it's there, but I know that they lived there. And Hamilton East, particularly because it's one of the oldest areas in the city, represents families who've lived in the area for up to 5 generations. So there's 5 sisters on Galloway Street. I think there's some of them probably still alive. And they had houses, 5 in a row, all the sisters had a house. There's a relative knowledge of the history of the area, who lived in which house and when. All people used to know where they come from and how their ancestors lived. All people need to know. I think we need to know how our ancestors lived, where they lived and how they lived, and what did it look like. Destroying the heritage leaves a society that is impoverished and disconnected from its culture and its roots. And as I said, my own grandmother lived somewhere in Wellington Street. The status quo, what happens if you don't protect, is what I was talking about, Albert Street. That's one side of Albert Street, that's the other side of Albert Street. As well as other things which I know outside of the scope of this, but there are other things to consider, like the pressure on the infrastructure of the city for drainage, sewage and parking. I don't know if you're aware, but in semi-treated sewage is being pumped into the Manukau Harbour on a frequent basis because of all the huge intensive development in that area. Wellington sewage, the infrastructure just is not coping with all of this. These new developments, and I don't think Hamilton will be any exception to that. Particularly in older areas where the pipes and everything, go all too. So, that's Coke Street that I was talking about. I lived in Coke Street once, one of those blocks of flats, and it was terrible. We lived in the downstairs one with an overhang. It was a hideous place. And when it rained, it flooded and everything floated up to your door. So again, that's probably gone, that one there. The apartments are still there. Again, as I was talking about flooding, this is Wellington Street. Again, I sort of taken it from one side to the other. And there's lots and lots of tahsil and there's new developments. I know they have underground water collection pits and things, but there's still going to be a lot of runoff because there's very little rainfall in there. And I was talking about slums, and these beautiful ones, that is on Cook Street. It's got to be one of the ugliest ones I've ever seen. It's just out of the corner on Cook Street. And those are the soldiers' cottages, which we'll talk about again. And that would be a slum. 10 years' time, that's going to be a slum. I don't think 20 years, I think it would be before that. The landscaping again, it's another thing. So this is Nixon Street, again, flats on the corner, and tape. I think that one's still there. There's very little landscaping on these developments. There's hardly any grass, there's no trees, hardly a potted plant. And I work at a community house and I see with a lot of people with mental health issues, housing issues, and I just think that it is so important to connect with nature. It makes us sick if we do not connect with nature. We get sick. If we just live in a concrete environment with no nature, it affects our mental and our physical health. That's the same slide and backwards. Now that is a grace. This is some place. These are not included in HHA Hamilton East. I do know why, and it's sort of when you see what's in them and you see what's out of them, you think, well, what's the difference? I think the difference is that again, it goes back to the zoning. The underlying zoning is high residential, but there's no reason why that can't be changed in the DP. The DP, they can change the zoning. We're going to, you're going to really stop a lot of problems happening. That's a job here. So these are both on Grey Street.
Do you know what numbers they are?
Sorry?
Do you know what numbers they are? Just for questions.
I know. I've got it written down. I can tell you they're heading towards the motorway. We're on the right-hand side of Grey Street. Yeah. So I did have those. So yeah, this one's. This is Grey Street again, and really some of them need a bit of TLC, but I think the one on the left just needs coat paint and roof clean and would be totally different. Okay, these are all within a block. These ones are on the other side of the road from the other ones. Yeah.
Ms. Lamb, could I just ask Mr. Locke a question? On Grey Street, in Hamilton East HHA, there's some modifications proposed. Is it still the case that parts of Grey Street are excluded, other than the commercial area in the north that you referred to?
Yeah, that's right. It's entirely right. That is the existing high residential area is excluded. So it's an area, a sort of a square that extends eastwards from Grey Street and through Grey Street that's high density resi, which hasn't been included.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Okay, Grey Street. Well, that one there used to be a restaurant, and then it was a hairdresser, and I'm not quite sure what it is now. It's really lovely. That one is sort of on the corner, sort of almost opposite Tennessee, on the south side of the road. Now the road moved around the corner into Albert Street, and this is the lower end of Albert Street. I don't know why this was excluded from the HHA. As I said, the right side, the left-hand side of Albert going towards Galloway is pretty much all apartments, but there are still some intact ones like these ones. 69, 45, 69, Albert Street, New Albert Street, and then that's sort of on the border of the HHA. So New Albert Street. You'll see these houses are the same as the ones in the HHA, these just haven't been included. Now this one I'm going to talk about the soldiers' cottages. Now I've been quite overwhelmed by this process, to be honest, and I haven't been able to keep up with all the changes and the name and etc. So I just decided I wasn't going to. But these, the last time I looked, these were not included in the HHA, which is all about the exchange. There's 5 intact soldiers' cottages on Cook Street, 55, 57, 59, 61, 63. I think Diane lives in one of them, I think she's little. And these are really, really old, and I don't understand why these cottages have not in the HHA. So, yeah.
They're in, now they were included in the updated map in my evidence in May. Yeah, so they're shown as a little bit on Cook Street that extends out to the left, as it were.
Right. Okay, that's good. No, I wasn't just I haven't picked up with all the development. So I just wanted to have a word about some listed properties. Now, This is this is an A-listed property in Sheridan Street in Silvertown. Now the problem with that is that it's an A-list, which means, no crazy house was A-listed, but it can be demolished, but it's a bit of a hassle to get it demolished. But the problem is that the surroundings, they are ignored. They're only looking at the building and not looking at the surroundings. And then, to me, the surroundings are an incredibly good part of that heritage. So what's happened there is that the developers have just built really right up close. All around it has been developed. So you just have this little house, it's not as long as that. You have this beautiful house, and then you have all of these developments right up beside it. And that I think is a big issue that I don't know that it's been addressed. So heritage is not just a building, it's a feeling, it's an area, it's a surrounding, it's the trees and the grass and the space that speaks to heritage. If you ignore all of that and you're just looking at the built part, that's only a little part of the story. And also another example of that is in Riverlea, Silver Place and Riverlea. And then again, that was one of the original farmhouse buildings, and that's the same. It's this lovely house, and then you've got all subdivided right up really closely beside.
Just on that point. So, how far would you say we should go in terms of from a specific site where you feel, where we feel it has heritage value? How far should we go? Should it be 100 metres? Should it be a mile?
Well, logically, I think it should be whatever it was, just Harworth, whatever's there. Whatever's there. If it's been built on, it's too late anyway. But so if it's on a quarter-acre section, say, quarter acre. So we go with whatever the property was. Like, for example, in Naylor Street, at 33 Naylor Street, if you're familiar with that property, that came on the market. It was not listed. I don't think it's still listed. Pretty sure it's in the HHA. But there is a beautiful home. I've been through that house, and I have totally original features. And then there are the stables next to it. So what thank goodness, developers are trying to buy it, but they sold it to this young couple who restored it beautifully. And what they did is they subdivided the stables off from the house. I think it's a terrible shame because that leaves it open to being lost because that's been divided. So in that case, I would say the whole thing, because how many places in Hamilton are there with a homestead and stables? I'd say none, probably the only one in the whole city. So I think that's important for our children, our grandchildren. They had stables back in those days. Otherwise, there's no, with social media and everything, there's no connection with anything, with our past, with our ancestors. Pass that one. Yeah, so once it's gone, it's gone forever. You can't get it back. So we have one shot. If we don't take this as history. This is when they're building places. Oh, I don't know that. Well, yeah, so again, design protocols. You see these apartments, they're all the same. They just in rows and rows and rows. And I just think, if you're going to do, well, again, it's a little off-piste here, but for years I've been saying I'm not against high density in the right place. But if you're going to build high density, build it to create community, build it at a horseshoe. And it can be as many stories as you want. But in the middle, have a communal space. You can have anything like in there. There's lots of places overseas. You have a swimming pool, you can have a basketball court, community, meeting room, whatever you like. In that way, that's when you create community. Because community will gather in this space and they will get to know each other. So you can have high density and still have community if it's in the right place. But I don't think that our heritage areas are the right place to build high density, anything, because once you put high density in there, like I mentioned before, okay, so I think we get a bit hung up about how significant is it? This is significant, this is not significant. If you go by that, and you've got the significant one here, and one 3 doors down and one 3 doors down. In the middle, the darkest door, and you've got all your apartments in there. After a while, you have a white heritage area, you've got a tragedy. You've got to see it, if you see it holistically, yeah, there might be a 1940s bungalow in there, there might even be a 90s apartment there, but I think if you really want to have heritage areas, you just ignore that, and the whole area, the whole area is a heritage area, because otherwise, as I said, you don't have a heritage area anymore. And yeah, styles change every 10 years or whatever, and architecture will change. And I think, and every era has its good points and its not so good points. And firstly, I think it's probably good to have a bit of everything. Have the 1950s and whatever it is, but if you're trying to say heritage and Hamilton East, it's many villas, it's old places, but if you don't protect the bungalows and the things in between, as I said, you don't have any heritage left. And First Street, we fought really hard for years. We managed to get variation, 13 I think it was, or 20, can't remember, maybe 20. And there were 15 houses in First Street, villas, that became a heritage precinct. And people said at the time, oh, our property values are going to go down, nobody won't buy it, our property values will go down. And the absolute reverse is the case. After that became protected, we walked down, you see, if you're talking about out there painting their houses, they were sweeping the driveways, it was just delightful. So now you have this gorgeous, gorgeous area of villas, because that was the only part that was left intact. If you got the other end of First Street, then you get oh my gosh, if you've got a house and you want to furnish it, just go to First Street on Rubbish Day and you can find all the bin and whatever you want to do now, so it'll be there on the road. So I'm worried that even if these HHAs are declared HHAs, there's no real protection. They can still demolish, they can still remove houses, they can still build 3 stories down the driveway. And I think Plan Change 12 is up in the air, nobody knows what's going to happen. So why have 3-story properties in a heritage area, even if it is down the driveway? Don't need to do that. The high density, my opinion, should be in areas in town or areas that are already,
you might be getting a bit ahead of yourself. It's a Plan Change 12.
Yeah, I know. I think I'm wondering what's going to happen with that and how it's going to affect everything.
We don't know. Can I just ask how many more slides you've got? How far through?
More. Sorry, how many?
How many more?
Oh, I have a couple of things.
Okay, thank you.
So even though a lot of heritage has been lost in Hamilton and other areas of the city, it's not too late to change, to save the ones that are left. I don't think they have to be built by leading architects of the day to be worth preserving. Is there any? I think there's just a small window of opportunity that's Brookfield, there's some gorgeous ones in Brookfield, to say, but as I said, my main plea is make stronger protections for these areas. I think they need more protection than just being for an HHA, because there's too many loopholes in there. There's too many loopholes, so there's really, all said and done, there's not much protection already. So I just ask you to try to save as much as you can, The future generations will thank you for that.
There was an earlier slide that you had, which listed things that have happened in HHAs, removal and demolition and people getting around the rules and what have you.
Absolutely.
I mean, I read that list and it did occur to me that each and every one of those things is a consentable activity if you're within an HHA. So they are being captured, and it does come down to that consenting process.
Yeah, with Crazy Houses, the listed A has still got, that was a consent, they've still got hold, it doesn't stop. Developers are not worried about having to get a consent, they'll just go through the process, and that's going to depend on the strength of the powers that be that do that. But that went through, I think it's extraordinary. So that these they have been right up until now. So I think let's not do that for the future. Let's try to change it for the future and have something to be proud of. I think Hamilton's probably lost more heritage than just about any other city in the country, I think. Yeah.
Mrs. Lehman, I just have a couple of quick questions.
Yeah.
Is your submission today from the Hamilton East Community House, or is it an individual?
No, it's from the community house. That obviously I'm the main driver of that. But
Right. So it's the community house that's making this submission.
Yeah, we're in Wellington Street, so we're
Yes, I'm familiar with it. Okay. So it's the community.
yeah.
The second question is, I asked earlier about, when protecting a particular property, how far you would go out, and I think you summarised by saying the whole area, as in the whole title.
Yeah.
Then you've carried on and you've given examples of the area that should go beyond the titles onto other titles.
If it's in the heritage area, I think so, because if you want a heritage area, the area has to come into that somehow, otherwise it's not an area at all, is it?
So what should be able to happen in a
heritage area?
Because you've been...
I'm a bit of I'd say nothing except improvement, but I guess there are cases. The trouble is, there's very few examples in this town of sympathetic development. I know of one, and that is on Naylor Street, on the left. It was a garage.
So just, thank you. When you did say, just improvement, so you want nothing happening, just improvement. Define improvements in that context.
Well, improving the properties, painting, reroofing, that kind of thing.
Right. No structural changes.
Well, I'm not. I think the key here is sympathetic. And as I said, if you go on Naylor Street on the left-hand side, it was a garage. It's now a childcare centre, and that was done quite sympathetically. It doesn't stand out and scream new development. You know what I mean? And it Hayes Paddock, because the doctor developer's got in there, but there is one of quite a few units, but they're reasonably sympathetic to the rest of the architecture. So I think that's the key. Sometimes houses burn down and things like that. So there will be some development, obviously. But I think the key is, if you're going to do it, make it sympathetic. Make it, go in.
My final question, and it's a little broad, but I think you opened it up when we talked about your experience in the mental health and addiction field. In terms of the problems that you encounter at the community house, where is the issue of warm, dry, affordable housing? Does that play a role? Is that a key issue, or the lack thereof, of warm, dry housing?
Not for the properties I'm thinking about, because they've been bought by a large provider. They've bought blocks of flats, and they've had some new flats, so they would have been insulated, etc. So that won't be an issue here. In terms of the rest of the area, they're probably most of the properties that would come have been demolished. So that I can think of that might come into not being warm, dry houses.
I'm sorry, you may have missed my point. I'm just talking about as challenges that are highlighted by people who interact with you through the community house. You talked about those with mental health and addiction. My question is the lack of housing often generated by intensification, is that seen to be an area of concern, or is there just lots of housing, there's no difficulty?
Well, I would say there will be difficulty, of course. There's lots and lots of people who struggle to get an affordable house. I mean, there's lots of houses out there, lots of new build, but the people, they can't afford them. I mean, the rents are like $400, $500, $600 a week, whatever they are. They can't afford that. So a lot of the people we see are in those sort of, with Wise Group, or, they're with a provider, or they're in, there's some decent places around, up in Byron Street and around, where those places where you just basically have a room and then you have a communal kitchen area, so they are a bit more affordable, because they can get those. But yeah, of course, housing is definitely an issue. Yeah. And it's not going to go, I don't think it's going to go away. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you very much for coming on. Yep. So obviously we've got a copy of your PowerPoint here, which will be very useful to look back over. Deborah Fisher. Good afternoon.
Kia ora. Good morning. Good afternoon, sorry.
So did you have anything else? It's just your presentation.
Yeah, I haven't printed. I can send a copy through, but I haven't printed it, sorry. Thank you for this opportunity to let me speak to you one last time. My name is Deborah Fisher, and I am here as a submitter requesting you approve the historic heritage area identified as Fairview Downs. I have previously talked about the lived experiences of myself and many other long-term residents. I have drawn attention to petitions, community engagement and requests. I have also struggled to keep up with participating in this process and have done so for those in my community that have trusted me to represent them. I have received 52 emails since the 20th of December last year, less than a year, regarding this plan change alone. And I know that I am not the only Hamilton resident that has found this hearing and process discouraging and disheartening. I was initially not sure that I could comment on Mr. Mott's last assessment, as I believed it was only the experts involved in this process that could comment. Upon reading this assessment for the first time, I actually had a meltdown, as what my mind interpreted this as was the expert employed by the council had decided that Fairview Downs shouldn't be an HHA, and that was the end of all hope. Previous experiences have taught me that when experts can't agree, decisions tend to favour those with more authority in the process. My neighbourhood has remained relatively untouched since it was built in the 1960s and 70s, with changes since the 1980s development being only a handful of properties in the last 5 to 10 years. To suggest that my house and others in the area reduce heritage value simply because they are not currently completely visible is an insult to the intelligence of property owners. Our houses still exist, unchanged. They either have heritage value or they don't, and the existence of or not of fencing or vegetation does not alter our home's values. One of the frustrating things about this has been the constant reference to extensive changes in my neighbourhood. I can tell you where those changes are. 3 or 4 properties in Betley, 3 or 4 properties in Hendon Road, 3 or 4 properties in Powell's Road, and this has been in the last 5 to 10 years, and that's about it. Out of 480 homes, less than a dozen of them have been redeveloped. That's not an extensive alteration to my neighbourhood. With regards to the community cohesion in the sense of place, you're not going to get that if you don't listen to the people that live there. 25% of everybody over the age of 14 in my neighbourhood have lived there for more than 10 years. It's a community that cares about it. People stay. There is a sense of place, and it's evidence in the stories and the submissions from my neighbourhood. I sincerely hope that when making your final decision, you give genuine consideration to all the evidence, documents, statements, petitions and requests made by and on behalf of my community to be a historic heritage area, and not simply agree with those opposed to this residents-initiated request that it is too large, too hard, and doesn't fit desired results. Thank you for your time.
Questions? Just a couple if I could. You spoke a lot about support you have within the Fairview Down community for this to be included.
Mm-hmm.
Could you help quantify? I think you spoke about 440 houses.
I believe the HH area is 480 houses.
480. So have you engaged with those homeowners?
Originally, when this process started, I did start going door to door with the petition. It was, in an entire day, I managed to get down one side of one street because every time I talked to somebody, they wanted to discuss stuff with me. There is a lot of people out there that want to know and are very supportive. Following on from that, I took the petition and sat outside the dairy for about a week. I didn't approach people, I waited for them to come to me. I don't like being pushy. People that wanted to know, I explained what was going on. There was a lot of support from the people in my community saying, yes, we want this. But they don't know how to do the process. They don't know how, it's not formalised. I didn't have time to organise the Phoebe Downs residents group to see if we could get people involved that way. It's just hearsay. It's on the Phoebe Downs residents group on the Facebook page. It's on talking to people at the shops, at the dairy while dealing with the petitions. It's while walking the streets. It's not anything. I can't give you anything to prove it, but I have had a lot of people that have talked to me through this process when I've come across them. Like I say, with the petitions at the street. And we did hold a meeting, but we didn't give as many. That was at the very beginning to discuss the fact that we were putting this forward and explain the differences and what we were asking.
Could you explain to me what having your property included in an HHA would mean to you,
Mm-hmm.
and and why you would be comfortable with that designation, and some would argue the sort of loss of individual property rights that stem from that?
Like I said, I grew up in Phoebe Downs. I grew up in North Holt Road. Warrakura was my backyard. We watched the lands go up when we were kids. No, it hasn't. Around us has, Warrakura has. But the houses and the community and the people that have lived there haven't. The houses literally haven't changed. Fences have gone up occasionally, but the house, less than a dozen out of 480 have been redeveloped. You know, this is my point. It hasn't changed. It still has the same feeling and the same community feel, and a lot of the same people from when I was a kid. And that's why I want to protect it, because it does matter that it hasn't changed. And it does have that feeling, that community feeling. And, yeah, I mean...
And when you say it hasn't changed, just so I'm really clear,
yeah.
What should be able to happen to those houses in that area? Explain to me more of your understanding of what benefits or restrictions would apply as a result of an HHA for you, having turned your mind to the rules that are then associated with them.
Okay. When I first started this process and I started going around and talking to people about the petition, okay, we didn't know at that stage what the rules were, but we assumed that there were certain inferences that we could gather from the special character zones that were currently existing. And what I discussed with most people when the subject came up about what it would affect was mostly what it would affect the front of their properties, whether or not, how they could alter the front of their houses. Or,
so you're familiar with the rules now? You've read all the rules?
Not recently, no, I'm sorry, I can't say as I repeat up. But my emails, I've got some process to be honest. It was really hard to keep up with what was going on, especially when a lot of those emails didn't seem to be relevant to what I was dealing with.
Thank you.
Thank you very much again.
Yes.
Now, Baker. Also, welcome back.
Yes, thank you.
So yes, thank you very much for your time this afternoon. So as you said, my name's Niall Baker. I'm a resident of Fairview Downs, and I was the person that put forward the original submission to provide for, make provision for those earlier the early areas of Fairview Downs to be scheduled as an HHA. And I spoke to you as part of a session 1 hearing process. You might recall that I engaged the advice of Laura Callaway and Ms Lynn Williams, who also provided that expert evidence to the session 1 hearing. Ms Callaway's provided rebuttal evidence, and I understand she's scheduled to speak to the panel tomorrow. So really, I just wanted to address a couple of points in Mr Knott's supplementary evidence, where he has provided an assessment of Fairview Downs against the APP7 criteria. And essentially what I can glean from that is that as a desktop exercise, Fairview Downs would be ranked as moderate in terms of the heritage qualities criteria, and that is greater than the original assessment. The assessment that Mr Knott has undertaken notes that there is a degree of architectural and historical interest in Fairview Downs, and that the subdivision pattern remains true to the original, and I would absolutely agree with that. Where I disagree is around the consideration of the frontage treatments, and I know that was subject of discussion earlier this morning. And in my view, the significance of Fairview Downs is not diluted by the presence of fences along the street frontage. So in my submission, heritage is not diminished simply because you have the presence of a front fence. Fences tend to be quite transient and generally form part of landscaping features. Trees, shrubs, letterboxes, all of those kind of things are generally speaking permitted activities under the operative district plan, and fences and boundary fences are also permitted activities within Fairview Downs. In terms of the APP7 criteria, there is consideration of architectural qualities, but in my view that doesn't contemplate a diminishment of value simply because you've got a high front fence. But I think it's more about looking behind that, what actually exists in terms of the built heritage that exists, the style of the building, the pattern of design, and so on. So I think overall what I take from this consideration of the frontage treatments is really a blur, a mix-up between heritage and character. And I'm really aware that frontage fencing can have quite an impact on amenity and character of a space. From an urban design perspective, if you have a wall of fences, it's not necessarily a good thing. For example, trying to get passive surveillance onto the street, all of those kind of things. But I would regard those as Section 7 amenity matters under the RMA rather than something that's treated in terms of historic heritage. So essentially, my submission is that we need to look at historic heritage, not merely on the basis of the visual attributes, but rather those qualities and values that a place has. So you've got evidence on the table from Ms Callaway and Ms Williams and other submitters who have spoken to this hearing that show that Fairview Downs does have historic and social qualities that contribute to its heritage. I think the other thing I've taken from the assessment undertaken by Mr. Knott is that I'm not sure whether it's necessarily taken into account all of the aspects. And so there was discussion earlier around the cultural aspect and whether that had been sufficiently considered in the assessment. There was also mentioned there's no archaeological information available. But in the earlier session one hearings, the panel might recall that there was archaeological information presented in terms of some of those documented archaeological sites that actually run through the proposed HHA. So really in conclusion, it's my view that the assessed heritage values haven't been diminished by alterations. You heard from the previous submitter that the area is actually quite original and quite intact, and I would agree with that. And I just don't feel there's grounds to set it aside on the basis of an apparent alteration or the construction of timber fencing in the front yards. So I would agree with Mr. Knott's assessment and his comments that, you know, there is a degree of architectural and historical interest there, and that subdivision pattern is quite original. So in my view, you know, from what I can glean from the modified criteria is that an HHA needs to meet at least one or more of those stated heritage qualities, and I believe that Fairview Downs does that, at least one of those criteria, if not more. And so on that basis, yeah, I just reconfirm my earlier submission to you that this be included within the district plan schedule.
Well, thank you. You were here this morning when there was some questions about the scale of the proposed HHA. Do you perceive that there's any velocity in the quality such that there's a core or one more cause of HHAs that might score more highly within your total area, or you've had a close look at the total area and you're happy with the sort of consistency in the value throughout?
Yeah, so in my original submission, when I filed this, the area was actually larger, and then the expert opinion of Lord Callaway was that actually that should be narrowed, because there was spaces there that were actually more recent developments. So that was taken down, and I'm quite comfortable with that. That there was that reduction to really focusing on the 1960s and 1970s housing, and the 1980s and 1990s and more recent developments are excluded. Yeah, so I think there are areas where I think there probably is some higher qualities shown, but I think as an overall area, I'm quite comfortable that remains as the HHA.
So the boundaries follow those recommended by your heritage expert. And
yes, happy to continue that.
No, thank you. Well, we have nothing further.
Thank you very much.
Thank you again for coming along. Right, brings us to the end of the morning session. Is that right, Steve? Thank you. So, given that next submit is not due until 1:15, we'll take a lunch break until that time. So 1:15. Thank you. So, next up is SNR Limited. Mr. Fletcher. Now, is what you're speaking to now, is that new material?
Yes, so our clients, well, Mr. Pachuri on behalf of our client submitted a statement, and I assume that's been circulated.
Yes.
Yeah. So I'm just here in our client's absence. What I'm reading is not legal submissions, it's just presenting the important points in his statement.
We just wanted to know, because we did find the statement you produced back in May, but obviously that's not.
No, that's new. Yeah.
Thank you.
Great. Our client wishes to comment on the rebuttal evidence filed by Ms. Callaway on behalf of Mr. Barker in relation to the Fairview Downs HHA. Ms. Callaway disagrees with the conclusion reached by Mr. Knott in the supplementary statement. Mr. Knott states that the diversity of houses and the presence of medium and tall timber fencing in Fairview Downs has reduced the heritage integrity of the area. Our client agrees with Mr. Knott in relation to the diversity of housing for the following reasons. Diversity in housing lowers heritage integrity of the area. As outlined in our client's original submission, there is no consistent street layout on Hendon Road that makes a positive contribution to the heritage significance or quality of the area to justify it being part of a new HHA. Lot layouts, dwelling design, and frontages of the properties vary considerably. Ms. Callaway proposes that up to 420 houses are included in the Fairview Downs HHA. This would make it one of, if not the largest, HHAs in Hamilton. Dr. McEwen stated in her rebuttal evidence on behalf of our client in the first round of hearings that having a large number of houses is not typical of an HHA. Ms. Callaway disagrees with Mr. Knott's finding that the historic significance of Fairview Downs is diluted by the construction of medium and tall height timber fences. Our client supports Mr. Knott's assessment for the following reasons. Our client agrees with Mr. Knott's comments that fences in Fairview Downs are disruptive, and our client has provided a photograph of the medium and tall height timber fence on his property. As you can see, it does not contribute to the architectural quality of the house, and it does contribute to the evidence that there is a variety of fences in Fairview Downs. The disruption caused by the fences has been given a level of importance in the district plan. 19 out of 29 HHAs require resource consent to build or alter fences. Our client assumes that this is because fences in other HHAs are not standard fences, but fences that hold a degree of architectural quality and are not just tall timber fences. Our client supports the finding of Mr. Knott's supplementary evidence and the recommendation made in the Section 42A report that Fairview Downs is not scheduled as an HHA. Our client asks that the panel upholds this recommendation in its decision. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Yes, thank you. How long has Mr. Pachuri been in Fairview Downs?
That's a great question that I didn't know the answer to.
Well, obviously it's off the back of the evidence that we've had that, a lot of people have been there for a long time, so I just wonder whether there's...
That's right. From memory, it's a big number of years.
Right, yeah. Thanks. Perhaps not as long as many.
No.
Right. Any other questions? Okay, thank you, Mr. Richard. Ms. O'Dwyer. Welcome. And so we have your submission that you originally lodged, and we haven't got any other paperwork from you. You're just going to speak to that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That's fine.
This probably won't take long. It's really just a procedural matter I wanted to bring to the panel's attention. just concerning the 42A reporting, just as background. And Richard Knott, addendum to his heritage assessment dated 6th of March 2023, and in his statement of evidence dated 14th of April 2023, he recommended the inclusion of Brookfield Street from Grey Street to McFarlane Street in the Hamilton East HHA. And although the 42A report from the 6th of April 2023 did comment on Mr Knott's recommendations, it didn't specifically comment on this one. And I thought it might be covered in the latest 42A report dated 20th of October, but that one's also silent on the recommendation on this. So essentially there's no 42A recommendation on this matter. And there's also no updated planning maps to show the new boundary as recommended by Mr Knott. So I do understand that the intent is for the 42A report to recommend what Mr Knott has recommended in terms of amended boundaries, but it's just absent from the 42A reporting to date. So it can possibly be picked up when you hear from the 42A report author tomorrow, but it just hasn't been commented on to date. So I really just wanted to draw your attention to that.
Right. Okay. Very good. Well, that's very clear. And we'll be looking out for that tomorrow. Any other questions? No? Good. Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Connell. Welcome back. You've been here before, haven't you? Yes. Yeah.
Not sure what that would do at the time of printed off copies because
So another submission of closing Exit Street East HHA. On the 22nd of July 2022, my property along with 11 other of my neighbours' properties was publicly notified as part of Oxford Street East and Marshall Street Railway Cottages HHA. These supposedly were railway cottages representing the early establishment of a service town and railway workers suburb. On 6th of March 2023, Mr Miller stated that all the 12 houses have central front doors and symmetrical windows with the gable parallel to the street. That our houses looked like Alison Bernard, prefabricated cottages and or railway cottages. But Mr Miller didn't think we were railway houses and admitted that there were no property records before 1949, no evidence of anything much. But he still thought that we should be an HHA. In April 2023, Mr Knott added that we were most likely were Alison Bernard prefabricated houses. On 29 May 2023, HHA hearings began with Mr Knott along with Mr Miller and the Council of Legal, both adamant that they were correct. But they stated this as experts. Then, after several people in the HHA, including myself, made submissions proving that all of this was wrong, there were only two houses with central front doors and symmetrical windows. The gables were perpendicular to the street. And the Alison Bernard houses were not even thought of when Mr Knott and Mr Miller claimed our houses were built. In his verbal rebuttal on 31 of May, Mr Knott stated he meant he could have read from the 1940s aerial photograph that the houses used to have central front doors and symmetrical windows and be turned 90 degrees from what they are currently. And he meant the other Alison Bernard prefabricated houses, but provided no follow-up definition of other. In September 2023,
a new report came out. Mr. Knott stated that our houses originally had central front doors and symmetrical windows, and the houses were turned 90 degrees from what they currently are, based on the 1940s era photograph. And this is a heritage value that should be preserved. Again, how are these heritage values to be preserved if they no longer exist? We also have a heritage value. A new heritage value. We now supposedly have Alison Banana joinery. This is very important. It is unclear whether the Alison Banana joinery referred to the now removed central front door or previously symmetrical windows which Mr. Knott read from a photo, or whether they refer to the current joinery which is in my house. Current joinery includes a door on the side of the house that is not visible unless on the property, and plain casement windows which are not Alison Banana joinery. Alison Banana advertised that all of their joinery is clearly branded. There is no evidence of Alison Banana branding on any joinery in my home. The Waikato Sash and Door Factory opened in 1902. It became the Alison Banana Joinery Factory in 1904. There were 50 staff by 1906, so this is a very large business, 20 years before the first houses in my HHA were built. It closed in 1972. A vast majority of joinery was made within this factory and supplied to other properties throughout the Waikato, and yet supposedly only in my HHA and one other. It is unclear why it is thought that we are the only remaining or best examples of joinery from a large local factory. What does Mr. Knott think happened to all the other joinery made from 1902 onwards? It would be logical to assume that as many houses in Hamilton and the Waikato. The September report also stated there is documentary evidence of links to my HHA to Alison Banana. However, my neighbours have been advised by the council of Mr. Knott that this does not mean it is written down, i.e. it just means that Mr. Knott thinks it and has not provided any evidence whatsoever on any heritage values. In the October area statement came out, there is no mention of Alison Banana joinery. Where is it gone? We're back to being Alison Banana prefabricated houses, and we all have a central front door, symmetrical windows, gables parallel to the street again. The area statement says that we currently have them. My house has no central front door, the gables are not parallel to the street. How are we preserving features that no longer exist? How are we going to preserve them when they aren't there? Mr. Knott is confident that he is correct. Why do the HHA values keep changing? He has been adamant that each report has been correct. None of them have been. Another point of concern, but my house remains part of this ridiculous HHA, and just generally for other HHAs, is that most of the HHAs are supposed to have single garages and no parking areas out front. Where are we supposed to park our cars? My household has 4 vehicles, which is 3 private vehicles and my work van. We have a single garage, which we use for storing tools, materials, and a whole lot. It has never been used to store a vehicle, and I cannot put my work van in there due to clearance issues. I think this is typical of many Hamilton, New Zealand homes. Vehicles cannot be parked on the street overnight as they are broken into. My partner's car's windows are smashed and ignition broken the one time she parked on the street. Our flatmate's car was broken into 3 times when parking on the street because they couldn't fit on the driveway. They couldn't park on the grass in winter. The front lawn turns into a bog in the winter and cars frequently get stuck in the mud. It is unrealistic to set requirements based around a household having only 1 or 2 vehicles. The proposed establishment of the Oxford Street HHA has been proven unfounded with no provided evidence associated with heritage values that do not exist. As stated in previous submissions, please remove our HHA. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kyle. Is your house the same as ones on either side of it?
To some degree.
As what you've described for your house, does that same state exist for the others near it?
No, mine looks different from the one next door. They might have the same bones, but at face value, completely different. I encourage you to take a visit this afternoon.
I mean, obviously, I think we've been to Alcox for the Marshall twice already, I think. I have a feeling we may be going back again. Not just for this, but I mean, just, you know, like, obviously, it's an issue other people are focused on. Yeah. Do you have any other questions? Very clear. Cool. All right, thank you. So that brings us to the end of the agenda for today. So, Mr. Muldowney,
Nothing zero, we can go below it, sort of mid-top really. Yeah. There's a few issues I think for the delay we're in to not to consider in terms of some of those drafting issues and we'll look at the issue that is the delay. So we can pick those up at the conclusion.
Mr. White and Mr. L, you're getting warmed up for tomorrow morning. Okay. Right, we'll adjourn until tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock. Thank you.